Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15, just you, the rain, and the story in return. Leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. The radio crackled at exactly 3:33. I stared at it. Same calm voice cutting through the static, requesting lift clearance. Same polite tone. Same words as the last 3 nights. My finger hovered over the controls, sweat making the cold metal slippery beneath my palm. 4 times now. 4 times, and no ship had ever appeared. The fluorescent lights above me hummed their constant electric whine. I pressed the button. The bridge groaned to life, steel cables squealing as the road deck split and rose toward the night sky. Through the smudged window, I watched the empty black river stretch below, dark and still as oil. Nothing moved down there, ever. I checked the clock, started counting. The air in the control room smelled like rust and something older, something that had settled into the walls over decades. 20 minutes. That's how long I'd wait, just like protocol demanded. Just like I'd done 3 times before. My hands trembled as I gripped the edge of the console. Can you imagine standing alone in a metal box suspended over black water, raising a bridge for ghosts? The river gave back no reflections. Not even moonlight touched its surface tonight. I pressed my face to the cold glass, searching for running lights, for any sign of a vessel. The waiting stretched. 5 minutes. 10. 15. But what I realized at minute 17 made my stomach drop. The timing was too perfect. 3:33 exactly, down to the second. 4 nights in a row. The same voice. The same absence. This wasn't equipment malfunction or miscommunication. Someone, or something, was doing this deliberately. I lowered the bridge at minute 20. The machinery groaned in reverse. My reflection stared back from the dark window, pale and hollow-eyed. And that's when I understood this wasn't a game at all. It was a pattern. One I'd already become part of. 4 nights earlier, I thought I'd finally caught a break. The control room at Harbor Point was smaller than I'd expected, cramped, really. But it was mine for the night. My first solo shift. Jean had clapped me on the shoulder during orientation, told me the overnight rotation paid 20% more, and I jumped at it. The divorce lawyer's bills weren't going to pay themselves. Neither was the child support. I settled into the worn operator's chair, ran my fingers across the control panel. Cold metal, smooth from decades of use. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, steady and bright. Outside the single window, the black river stretched away into darkness, invisible except for the faint shimmer where moonlight touched its surface. The radio sat silent on the desk. Vintage equipment, Jean had explained. Still worked perfectly. Just call if you need anything, he'd said. Though he'd said it quickly, already backing toward the door. I checked my watch. 11:47. 8 hours stretched ahead. I'd brought coffee, a sandwich. My phone for emergencies, though Jean had warned me the signal was spotty out here. The highway above carried the occasional truck, tires humming against pavement, but mostly silence. The kind of silence that makes you aware of your own breathing. At 3:33 in the morning, the radio crackled to life. The sound made me jolt upright, heart hammering. Static hissed, then resolved into a voice. Calm, professional, almost polite, bridge operator requesting lift clearance. I grabbed the microphone, thumb pressed to the transmission button. Finally, my first real call. Copy that. Stand by for clearance. My hands moved through the sequence Gene had drilled into me. Safety checks, visual confirmation protocols. I peered through the window at the river below. Darkness. Too dark to see much, but the ship's running lights would be visible soon enough. I threw the main lever. The bridge groaned. Hydraulics engaged with a deep mechanical sigh that vibrated through the floor, through my boots, up into my chest. The smell of rust and old grease drifted through the ventilation grate. I watched the drawbridge sections rise, splitting the roadway in half, metal teeth separating against the night sky. 20 feet, 40, 60. The bridge locked into its full vertical position with a solid clunk. I waited, watched the river. Any moment now the ship would glide through, and I'd lower the bridge, log the time, feel that small surge of pride at a job done right. 1 minute passed, then 5. I leaned closer to the window, breath fogging the glass. Where was it? The river remained still, black, empty. 10 minutes, my stomach tightened. Had I missed it somehow? Impossible. Ships that size don't slip past unnoticed. I'd have heard the engine, seen the wake disturbing the water. 15 minutes. I lifted the radio again. Bridge operator to requesting vessel. Do you copy? Static answered. Just static. At the 20-minute mark, protocol required 20 minutes minimum clearance. I lowered the bridge. The hydraulics whined in reverse, and the roadway segments descended, locking together with a metallic thud that echoed across the water. I sat back down, stared at the radio. Miscommunication. Had to be. Maybe they'd had engine trouble, turned back before reaching the bridge. Maybe I'd misheard the call sign and they'd been requesting a different drawbridge upriver. New guy mistakes, it happens. I pulled out the logbook, yellowed pages, columns for date, time, vessel information, and carefully wrote 3:33 a.m. Lift request received. Bridge raised. No vessel passage observed. Possible communication error. My handwriting looked steady, professional, but my hands were shaking. I tried to dismiss it, told myself it was nothing. First night jitters, the isolation getting to me. 8 hours alone in a metal box suspended over dark water. It would make anyone jumpy. Can you imagine? Your first night on any job, the weight of doing it right pressing down on you. I drank my coffee, ate half the sandwich. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless note. At 4:15, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There were scratches on the radio casing, deep ones, like someone had clawed at the metal with their fingernails. And beneath the microphone, barely visible in the harsh light, dark stains had seeped into the plastic grip. Stains that looked rust brown. Stains that looked like dried blood. But what I saw next in that logbook would make my hands shake, for an entirely different reason. The entry that made my blood go cold was simple. Operator James Wilcox. Raised bridge at 3:33 a.m. No vessel logged. The date was 4 years ago. The handwriting stopped mid-sentence. By the third night, I knew the call would come again. I sat in the cramped control room, fluorescent lights humming overhead like trapped insects. My phone showed no signal. It never did out here. The highway above was silent. No cars had passed in hours. The isolation pressed against the walls, thick as fog, and I wondered if you've ever felt that. That sensation of being the only person left in the world. At 3:33 a.m., the radio crackled. Bridge operator requesting lift. The same calm voice, the same words. My hand trembled as I reached for the microphone. Copy that, raising bridge now. I engaged the mechanism. Gears groaned. Steel cables sang their rising pitch. Through the single window, I watched the drawbridge sections lift toward the black sky, splitting the road like a broken bone. Then I waited. The river below remained still, dark, empty. But what I heard next made me question everything I thought I understood about this place. I keyed the mic. No vessel in sight. Please confirm your position. My voice echoed from the speaker. Normal, expected, but beneath it, another echo. My own words, repeating a half second later, distorted, as if spoken underwater. The sound bubbled up from somewhere deep and cold, carrying the metallic taste of rust on my tongue even though I hadn't moved. I released the mic. The echo continued for 3 heartbeats longer than it should have. Silence flooded back, thick, wrong. I pulled the stack of old logbooks closer, dust coating my fingers like ash. Page after page, I found them. Different names, different years, always the same entry, always 3:33 a.m., always no vessel logged. The most recent was 8 years old. And then the names, they just stopped. I found his name on the third logbook down. Ronald Thorne. The handwriting was cramped, meticulous, each letter pressed deep into yellowed paper that smelled of mildew and rust. I traced my finger down the entries, watching the dates march backward through time. 8 years, 9, 10. Then they stopped, just stopped. The final entry was dated March 19th, 8 years ago, 3:33 a.m. Bridge lift requested. Raised span successfully. Going to check gears. Unusual grinding sound from mechanism. That was it. The sentence didn't even end properly, like he'd set the pen down intending to return. He never did. My hands shook as I flipped through the remaining pages, all blank. I pulled out my phone, desperate for signal despite knowing better. One bar flickered, held, and I searched for Ronald Thorne's name. The article loaded in fragments. Harbor Point Bridge operator. Presumed accidental fall. Body never recovered from Black River. The water was too deep, too cold, the currents too strong. They'd searched for 3 days before calling it off. What would you do? Finding that, knowing you were standing exactly where he'd stood, answering calls that had stopped the moment he disappeared. But the real horror came when I noticed the date. Tonight was March 19th. I checked my watch. 2:58 a.m. The control room suddenly felt smaller, the fluorescent lights buzzing too loud in my ears. The window reflected my pale face back at me, and beyond it, nothing but black water. 3:33. The radio crackled to life, static, then breathing. Then that same calm voice I'd heard 3 nights running, bridge operator requesting lift. My throat closed. I couldn't move. couldn't speak. The voice continued, patient as deep water. I've been waiting 8 years, Walter, please. Just raise the bridge. My throat closed. The voice knew my name. Nobody was supposed to know my name out here. Not on this frequency, not at this hour. I grabbed the radio with both hands, knuckles white against the black plastic. Who is this? My voice cracked. Identify yourself. Now, static hissed for 3 seconds, 4, 5, then, I am directly below you. The words came slow, deliberate, each syllable dripping like water from rusted metal. I have been waiting 8 years. The radio went cold, dead air, not even static anymore, just silence, thick and wrong, like the space between heartbeats when you think they might not start again. I grabbed my flashlight. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, but I forced myself to move, to look down through the grated floor beneath my boots. The beam cut through darkness, swept across black water 50 feet below. No reflection came back. The light just stopped, swallowed whole by that river as if the water was drinking it down, hungry for something brighter than itself. I moved the beam left, then right. Nothing. No ripples, no movement. Can you imagine standing above water that refuses to move? The radio crackled back to life. I was the operator before you. My stomach dropped. Ronald Thorne. The name from the logbook, the man who vanished 8 years ago on this exact date, the body they never found. I raised the bridge at 3:33. The voice continued, and I could hear something new in it now, something underneath the calm. Desperation. I went to check the gears. The catwalk was slippery, the rail gave way. I backed against the control panel. The metal felt ice cold even through my uniform shirt. I fell, Walter. A pause. Long enough for me to taste copper on my tongue, to smell the industrial oil and rust in something else. Something like river mud, thick and ancient. I'm still falling. But what he said next would make me understand why no one ever lasted more than a week on this shift. The radio hissed and Thorne's voice continued, slower now, each word dragging like a body through water. I raised the bridge. Nobody called. The static crackled between his sentences. I walked to check the gears. Thought I heard grinding metal. The catwalk was slippery. Always is, cold out there. I pressed my palm against the control room window, felt condensation seep through my fingers. The rail gave way, Thorne whispered. I reached for it, but my hand went through empty air. I fell. Walter, I fell. The transmission stretched, distorted. I'm still falling. Can you imagine that? Falling forever, watching the water rush up but never arriving. I couldn't breathe. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, too bright, too loud. I had to see the catwalk, had to know if the door groaned as I pushed into the night air. Wind bit through my uniform, carrying the sharp smell of rust and river rot. The catwalk stretched ahead, a narrow spine of grated metal suspended over black water. My boots clanged against the floor, each step echoing into the void below. Halfway across, I stopped. The safety rail. Oh God, the rail, it hung at an angle nearly severed. Fresh cuts gleamed in the moonlight, bright silver against decades of corrosion. I knelt, touched the metal with shaking fingers. The edges were sharp, clean, recent. Metal shavings glittered on the grating like crushed glass. Someone had cut this. Not 8 years ago. Not rust or time or accident. Recently. But what I found beneath those shavings would make everything worse. I brushed them aside, and carved into the steel were three words: "You are next." Behind me, footsteps rang out against metal, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I wasn't alone on the catwalk anymore. I turned. The footsteps stopped. 10 feet away, maybe less. A figure stood in the catwalk's center, silhouetted against the faint glow of the control room behind him. Operator uniform, navy blue, same as mine. The fabric hung stiff and heavy, like it had never dried properly. He took another step. The grating groaned beneath his weight. "Who are you?" My voice cracked. He didn't answer, just walked forward, slow and deliberate. Each footfall echoed through the steel lattice beneath us. The wind carried the smell of the river, cold, brackish, like rot seeping through stone. Another step, closer now. The moonlight shifted through a gap in the clouds. His face came into view. Oh, can you imagine seeing your own face walking toward you in the dark? Not in a mirror, not in a photograph, but there. Real, breathing, it was me. Every detail. The way my jaw tilted slightly left. The scar above my right eyebrow from when I was 12. Even the tired shadows under my eyes from too many sleepless nights. He smiled. I smiled with my mouth. "I need you to raise the bridge," he said, his voice a perfect echo of mine. "You finally answered." My legs moved before my brain caught up. I spun and ran toward the control room, boots hammering against metal. Behind me, his footsteps matched mine, steady, unhurried. I grabbed the door handle. Locked. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing, the south exit. I sprinted down the catwalk, lungs burning, the severed rail flashing past in my peripheral vision. That door. It had to open. It didn't. Locked. Cold steel against my palms. Every exit. Every way off this bridge. But what I felt through that door would make me understand why he needed me so desperately. I slammed the control room door behind me. The metal filing cabinet screeched across linoleum as I shoved it against the entrance. My breath came in ragged gasps. The desk followed. Then the chair. Everything I could move piled against that door. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Footsteps echoed on the catwalk outside. Slow, deliberate, patient. I backed toward the window overlooking Black River. The fluorescent lights hummed above me, that constant electrical whine drilling into my skull. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. The radio crackled to life. "You cannot barricade yourself from this." My own voice. Perfect inflection, perfect tone. "The fall never ends, Walter." I pressed my palms against the cold glass, tried to steady myself, tried to think. Every operator becomes the caller. Static hissed between the words. "You will push the next one. It is the only way to stop falling." "No," I whispered. I'm not. I'm not falling. I'm right here." "Are you?" The question hung in the air like fog. Something felt wrong, had felt wrong for longer than I wanted to admit. But what hadn't I noticed yet? I turned toward my reflection in the darkened window. Same tired eyes, same hollow cheeks, same uniform. Wait. I looked down at my chest. The fabric clung to my skin. Heavy, cold, I touched my sleeve. And my fingers came away wet, soaking wet. The smell hit me then, thick and mineral, the rotten egg stench of river water mixed with rust and decay. My entire uniform dripped onto the floor. Puddles formed around my boots. How long had I been standing in cold water without feeling it? The door splintered, wood cracked like bones breaking. The barricade desk chair, everything I'd shoved against it collapsed inward. Metal scraped, hinges shrieked. I stumbled backward, my boots squelching in the puddle of river water soaking through my uniform. The doppelganger stepped through. My face, my eyes, my mouth forming words I couldn't hear over the roar of blood in my ears. I turned, ran. The only direction left was out onto the catwalk. Cold wind hit me the moment I crossed the threshold. It howled through the grated floor, carrying the smell of rust and deep water. My hands found the rail, gripped it. The metal felt wrong, too sharp, too thin. Behind me, footsteps steady. Unhurried, please, I whispered. The rail gave way, just snapped. The severed edge gleamed where someone had cut halfway through days ago. Fresh shavings glittered on steel. I lurched sideways, arms windmilling, and my boot slipped through the grating. I fell. But what I experienced in that moment, can you even imagine? The black water rushed up. I braced for impact, for cold, for the river to swallow me whole. It never came. I kept falling and falling. The bridge above me didn't shrink. It stayed the same distance, suspended in darkness, glowing faintly under a moon that never moved. Time stretched like taffy, each second pulling apart into minutes, hours, years. The air around me grew thick, heavy. It pressed against my skin with the weight of deep water. And then I saw them, figures tumbling beside me in the dark. Men in operator uniforms, faces twisted in silent screams, arms outstretched toward a surface they'd never reach. Dozens of them, a column of falling bodies stretching up and down through a void that had no end. Ronald Thorne drifted past. His eyes met mine. Recognition flickered there and pity. My breath caught. Oh, I understood. The wet uniform. The radio calls, the face that wore mine. I hadn't been standing in that control room tonight. I'd been falling the whole time, every shift, every log entry, 8 years. I had been falling for 8 years. And tomorrow night, someone new would arrive to take my place. The fall doesn't end, it just stops mattering. Time moves differently down here. Days compress into heartbeats. Years dissolve like fog. I can't feel my legs anymore, but I can feel the radio in my hand, cold metal pressing into my palm, heavy with purpose. Tonight, a new operator arrives. I know his face before I see it. Young, 26 maybe, needs the money. Divorce papers still fresh. He moves through the control room like I did, touching the same switches, reading the same yellowed logbooks. He doesn't know yet. Can you imagine that innocence? That brief, beautiful moment before understanding. At exactly 3:33 in the morning, I lift the radio to my mouth. The words come automatically. Bridge operator. Requesting lift. My voice sounds calm, professional. No hint of the abyss beneath each syllable. I watch through the grated floor as he hesitates, just for a second, then reaches for the lever. The drawbridge groans. Steel screams against steel. The smell of rust and river water rises through the darkness. He raises the bridge. I see him in the control room window, backlit by fluorescent glow. His face is tight with confusion, with the first threads of fear. But what happens next is the part I never understood. Until now, I begin to climb, not up, not exactly. The air solidifies beneath my hands, cold, slick, textured like wet concrete. Ronald Thorne climbs beside me. Others too. An endless procession ascending through the void toward that single yellow rectangle of light. We climb because we must. We climb because the cycle demands completion. We climb because somewhere above, a nervous operator is walking toward the catwalk, and the sabotaged rail is waiting. I grip the invisible rungs. My uniform drips black water. The radio crackles in my pocket. I am still falling. I will always be falling, but first, I have work to do. My name was carved into the bone. I pressed my flashlight against the T-Rex femur, 5 feet above the floor where I'd been examining rust patterns on the exhibit bolts. There it was, fresh scratches in 65 million-year-old fossil. Russell Harding. Below it, a date. 1 week from tonight. My hand trembled. The beam danced across the letters. Can you imagine seeing your own name carved into something that shouldn't exist? Something that's been locked behind velvet ropes and rusted steel brackets for 4 years. I've worked night watch at the Rothwell Museum for 18 months. Alone. No one enters Hall C during my shifts. The motion sensors have been disabled since the 90s. Budget cuts, they said, but I would have heard footsteps. I always hear footsteps. The cold from the marble floor seeped through my boots. It was 1:46 in the morning. I knew because I check my watch obsessively at night. It's the only way I stay grounded in the silence. The vaulted ceiling swallowed the sound of my breathing. Even the hum of the ventilation system felt wrong tonight, delayed, like it was coming from somewhere far away. I stepped back. The skeleton loomed above me, 15 feet of ancient bone reassembled into a predator's stance. But something was different. The skull. It was facing the west exit now, jaws parted slightly, empty eye sockets aimed directly at the double doors that led to freedom. It hadn't been facing that direction yesterday. I'd walked past this exhibit every night for 6 nights straight, ever since I noticed. Something. A feeling. The kind of dread that lives in your gut and whispers that you're being watched. But what I discovered during those nights, what I was only beginning to understand, made my name on that bone feel like a promise or a threat. The air smelled wrong. Dust, yes. Old wood and mineral oil they use on the display cases. But underneath, decay, fresh decay, organic and wet like something that had been dead for days, not millennia. My flashlight flickered. Once, twice. I smacked it against my palm. The beam steadied, but the batteries were dying. I had spares in the security office, 3 floors down, through corridors that suddenly felt impossibly far away. I should have left then, should have run, but I couldn't stop staring at my name, at the date. Who did this? How? The fluorescent emergency lights along the baseboards cast long shadows up the skeleton's vertebrae. I watched those shadows. They didn't move. The entire hall was frozen, suspended in that dead hour between night and morning when even the city outside goes silent. Then I heard it, a sound like settling wood, like old joints adjusting under weight. It came from above me, from the skeleton itself. I stepped back. My heels scraped marble. The T-Rex's jaw moved. Not much, just a fraction. A crack appearing where the upper and lower mandibles met, widening with a sound like splitting ice. My flashlight caught the gap. Darkness inside. deeper than it should be. And from that darkness, a smell rolled out, cold air, stale and underground, carrying the faint copper tang of something I didn't want to name. The beam flickered again, died, returned. The jaw had opened wider. I could see inside now, past the teeth, into the rib cage beyond. There was something in there, not bone, not shadow, something that moved with breath, something that knew I was watching. And then from deep within that impossible space, I heard a voice. My voice, whispering my name. 2 weeks earlier, I noticed the skeleton had moved. I'd walked past the T-Rex in Hall C every night for 3 months. Same route, same checklist. My footsteps echoed off marble the way they always did, sharp reports in the cold silence. The building held onto winter like a grudge even in April, but that night, something felt off. I stopped at the exhibit entrance, swept my flashlight across the platform. The skeleton wasn't centered anymore. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, checked again. The damn thing had rotated. Not much, maybe 15 degrees clockwise. The skull that used to face the north wall now angled toward the hallway, toward the west exit. My pulse kicked up. I pulled chalk from my belt and marked the base. 4 precise lines where the display bolts met the floor. If this was a prank, I'd have proof tomorrow. The next morning, I caught Evelyn Price before her coffee cooled. Showed her the photos on my phone. Someone moved the exhibit, I said. She glanced at the screen, shrugged. Kids, probably, urban explorers, they break in sometimes. The motion sensors haven't worked in Hall C for years. She sipped her coffee. You know that, Russell. I did know that. But what I didn't know was how anyone could have moved 3 tons of fossilized bone without leaving a trace. That afternoon, I returned to the exhibit with a wrench, knelt beside the bolts. The metal was ice cold under my fingertips, rough with corrosion. I tried to turn one. It didn't budge. None of them did. The rust had fused them to the floor, thick orange patterns that looked decades old, untouched, unmoved. But the chalk marks told a different story. The skeleton had rotated 15 degrees. I had proof. And no one could explain how. I stopped marking the floor after the 3rd night. There was no point. The chalk lines had multiplied into a perfect geometric record of 15-degree intervals, each one precisely measured, undeniable. I knew the pattern now. Every night at exactly 1:47 in the morning, the skeleton moved. Not fell, not shifted, moved. So I decided to watch. The first night I positioned myself in the shadows behind the sauropod exhibit, 30 feet from the Tyrannosaurus. My watch read 1:43. The museum air tasted stale, recycled through decades of ductwork, carrying that particular coldness that settles into old buildings after midnight. I kept my flashlight off, waited. 1:46. My breath fogged in the beam of emergency lighting filtering through the vaulted ceiling. Can you imagine standing there, watching a skeleton you know will move, feeling your rational mind scream that it's impossible while your gut tightens with certainty? 1:47. Nothing. Then I heard it, not grinding, not scraping. Silence. The complete absence of sound that should accompany 12 tons of bone rotating on corroded bolts. The skeleton turned 15 degrees clockwise in one smooth, fluid motion. No vibration, no friction, just movement. I didn't breathe for 30 seconds after it stopped. The second night, I brought the old handheld camera from the supply closet, the kind with the flip-out screen and grainy night vision. I set it on a tripod, aimed it at the exhibit base, and let it record from 1:30 until 2:15. When I reviewed the footage in the security office, my hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the camera. But what I saw on that screen would change everything. The playback showed exactly what I'd witnessed. Smooth rotation, no mechanism, no explanation, just bone pivoting on fused steel as if the laws of physics had quietly excused themselves. And in the silence of that impossible movement, the camera had captured something else. A faint rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat, buried beneath the white noise. The footage played on loop in my mind as I returned to Hall C the next afternoon. That pulse beneath the static. I needed to look closer at the exhibit itself, not just watch it move. The platform stood 3 feet high, reinforced steel bolted into the marble floor. I crouched beside it, running my flashlight along the base. Dust coated everything, thick, undisturbed years of accumulation. The bolts were orange with rust, fused solid just as Evelyn had said. But there, near the back corner, something gleamed. A metal plaque, small, maybe 6 inches across. It sat flush against the platform's edge, half hidden by shadow. I leaned in, angling the light. The engraving was precise, professional, assembled 1987 from 3 excavation sites: Hell Creek Formation, Montana; Lance Formation, Wyoming; unidentified remains from Philadelphia County mistakenly cataloged as fossilized material. I read it twice, 3 times. Unidentified remains, human remains. My throat tightened. The air in Hall C suddenly felt thicker, harder to breathe. I pulled out my phone and snapped photos of the plaque, then stood and walked quickly to the archive room in the basement. The filing cabinets were a mess, decades of documentation crammed into rusted drawers that screamed when I yanked them open. I searched for exhibit records, installation notes, anything from 1987. Nothing. No mention of the plaque. No mention of mixed remains. The official documentation listed only the Hell Creek and Lance formations. 2 sites, not 3. But what I'd found down there wasn't the strangest part. I returned to Hall C an hour later, kneeling again beside the platform. The plaque was still there, gleaming faintly in my flashlight beam. I reached out, hesitated, then pressed my palm flat against the metal. It was warm, not room temperature, warm, like something alive had been touching it moments before. The skeleton loomed above me, silent and still, but I could swear I felt it watching, waiting for 1:47 a.m. And I realized I had no idea what would happen when it finished turning. I positioned myself in the far corner of Hall C at 1:39 a.m. 8 minutes until the skeleton moved again. The marble floor beneath my boots felt glacier cold, even through rubber soles. My breath misted in the air. Thin white clouds that shouldn't exist in a climate-controlled building. The T-Rex loomed 15 feet away, silent, waiting. I'd seen it rotate on camera, but watching through a screen was different than standing here. Can you imagine the difference? Pixels versus bone, distance versus proximity, safety versus... Whatever this was, My heart hammered against my ribs. 1:43, 4 minutes. The hall's heating vents rattled somewhere above, but the sound was wrong, delayed, like an echo arriving before the source. That uncanny wrongness crawled up my spine. 1:46, 60 seconds. I held my breath. The skeleton stood motionless, ancient bone fused to corroded steel. Nothing suggested movement was even possible, and yet, 1:47 a.m., the T-Rex rotated, smooth, impossible, 15 degrees clockwise with the whisper of grinding stone. No mechanism, no explanation, just bone pivoting on rust. Then it stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums, and from deep inside the ribcage, a voice, my voice. I've been trapped here since 1987. The words echoed through hollow bone, distorted but unmistakable. Every night I turned toward freedom, my legs locked, my throat closed. Don't be here when I face the exit. The voice fell silent. The skeleton remained still. What would you do? Run? Investigate? I stood frozen, trying to process what I'd just heard. My own voice. But I hadn't spoken, my own words. But I'd never said them. But the real question burned deeper than fear. If that was me inside the bones, where was I standing right now? I fled Hall C and went straight to the archives. The basement stairwell was narrower than I remembered. My flashlight beam shook against the concrete walls. Each step echoed too loud, then too soft, like the building was swallowing sound. The archive door was wedged open with a rusted fire extinguisher. Inside, the air hit me first, thick with mold and something sweeter. Rot. Not food rot, paper rot. The kind that gets into your throat and stays there. I yanked the chain for the overhead bulb. It flickered twice before holding. Rows of filing cabinets stretched into shadow. Water dripped somewhere behind the shelves, steady as a metronome. The floor was slick. My boots left prints in something dark I didn't want to identify. 1987. I needed anything from 1987. The cabinets were labeled by decade, but the order made no sense. 70s next to 90s. 60s missing entirely. I pulled drawer after drawer. My fingers came away black with dust and moisture. The metal was cold enough to ache. Then I found it. A drawer marked personnel, 85 to 89. The folders inside were swollen with dampness, edges curled like dead leaves. I spread them across the nearest table. Maintenance reports, incident logs, time cards bundled with rubber bands that disintegrated at my touch. But what I found buried at the back would change everything I thought I understood. A folder, thicker than the rest. The tab read Lowell, Kenneth. I opened it. Assembly worker, third shift. Hired March of '87 to help install the new dinosaur exhibit. His employee photo showed a man in his 30s, thin face, nervous smile. He looked ordinary, the kind of person you'd forget an hour after meeting. His final time card was clipped to the inside cover. Date, October 9th, 1987. Clock in, 11 p.m. Clock out, blank. But someone had written in red ink across the bottom. Last seen 1:47 a.m. Hall C framework assembly. My hands wouldn't stay steady. The flashlight rolled off the table and clattered to the wet floor. There was more. An incident report. Single page. Typed. Employee Kenneth Lowell failed to report for shift end. Search conducted. No trace found. Last confirmed location inside T-Rex skeletal framework during vertebrae installation. Police notified. Investigation inconclusive. Case suspended November 87. Body never recovered because he was still there, inside the bones, inside the thing that turned every night at 1:47. I looked back at his photo, at his eyes, and that's when I noticed the handwriting at the bottom of the report. The note someone had scrawled in faded pencil, almost invisible now after decades in the damp. It said, "He's not the first." The archive had more than personnel files. I found the security tapes in a cardboard box behind the water heater. The smell hit me first. Mildew and old plastic. Decades of neglect compressed into one rotting corner. VHS cases labeled in faded marker. March '94, October 2001, September 2009. Each one marked the same month, September or October. My hands trembled as I fed the first tape into the ancient player mounted on a rusted cart. The monitor flickered to life. Gray static. Then grainy footage of Hall C. A man stood beneath the T-Rex. 40s. Tired eyes. Security uniform just like mine. He was talking to someone off camera. No, wait. His lips moved, but the audio was distorted. I turned up the volume. "Shouldn't be here. I tried to warn you." His own voice. Echoing from the skeleton. I watched him stumble backward. Watched him shine his flashlight on the femur. Watched him find something carved there. His face went pale. The timestamp read October 4th, 1994, night 6. The footage cut to static. I loaded the next tape. Different man, same scene. 2001. He pressed his palm against the bone, reading something I couldn't see. His mouth formed silent words. Then he looked directly at the camera. And I swear he was looking at me. The tape ended abruptly. I went through 4 more, each one the same, different faces, same terror, same night, night 6. But what chilled me most was the realization creeping up my spine like cold fingers. None of those men ever filed a final report. None of them clocked out. I pulled up the employment records on my phone, cross-referenced the dates. All of them vanished, without a trace. On night 6, tonight was my 5th night, and tomorrow, the pattern would demand its answer. Night 6 arrived with the weight of inevitability. I stood in the basement office at 1:43 a.m., staring at the tools I'd laid across the desk. A crowbar, bolt cutters, a hammer heavy enough to shatter bone, or whatever those fossils had become. The metal felt cold in my palms, slick with the nervous sweat that had started hours ago and never stopped. Could I really do this? Dismantle a priceless museum exhibit based on grainy VHS tapes and my own unraveling mind? What would you do? I climbed the stairs. Each step echoed through the empty building like a countdown. The crowbar scraped against my belt with every movement, a metallic whisper that made my teeth ache. At 1:45, I pushed through the doors into Hall C. The T-Rex stood motionless beneath the vaulted ceiling. No movement, no sound, just bone and shadow and the smell of something wrong, not decay exactly, but time itself gone sour. I approached the femur where I'd seen my name carved. My flashlight beam trembled across the surface, catching the grooves of letters. Russell Harding, still there, still dated 1 week from tonight. I lowered the beam. Kenneth Lowell's name sat directly beneath mine, carved in identical script. 1987 scratched beside it. But what I found beneath Kenneth's name made my breath catch in my throat. Another name, Samuel Ortiz. 1994. I angled the light lower, hands shaking now. Jacob Reinhardt. 2001. Michael Chen. 2008. The names descended down the length of the femur like tombstones, each one separated by 6 or 7 years. I counted them as the crowbar slipped from my grip and clattered against the marble floor, the sound impossibly loud in the suffocating silence. 12 names, 12 watchmen, and at 1:47 a.m. the skeleton began to move. The grinding sound filled Hall C as bones scraped against fused steel. Slow, deliberate. The T-Rex skeleton pivoted the final 15 degrees until its skull faced the museum exit dead-on. I stumbled backward. My wrench clattered against marble. The rotation stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums, thick and suffocating. My breath came in short gasps that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. The air smelled wrong, metallic, like copper wire left too long in water. Then the jaw moved, not fast, not violent, just opening, inch by impossible inch. The ancient hinges shouldn't function. They'd been wired shut since 1987, but they swung wide with a wet, grinding noise that made my teeth ache. What would you do? Stand there? Run? I couldn't move. The rib cage came next. Each bone separated with surgical precision, splitting along invisible seams I'd never noticed before. The sound was organic, living, like something hatching from the inside out. A figure emerged from between the ribs. Human, solid, real. Wearing a security uniform I'd only seen in archive photographs. Navy blue with gold piping. The Rothwell Museum patch from 3 decades ago. The man stepped through bone as though passing through fog, his boots making no sound against the floor. I recognized his face immediately. My face, older, weathered, deep lines carved around eyes that had seen too many nights. Gray threaded through hair I still kept dark, but the scar above his left eyebrow. I'd gotten that when my daughter pushed me into the pool edge. 7 years ago. He looked at me with something worse than fear. Pity. I tried to warn you, he said. His voice was mine, roughened by decades I hadn't lived yet. But what he said next would make everything I discovered seem like mercy. I ran, my boots hammered against marble as I bolted for the exit. Behind me, the older version of myself didn't follow, just watched with that terrible, knowing sadness. The double doors loomed ahead, 20 feet, 10. The doors slammed shut, a sound like a gunshot echoing through Hall C. I crashed into them shoulder first. Locked. The metal was warm, wrong. No, 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 no. The lights cut out. Pure darkness swallowed everything. I couldn't see my hands. Couldn't see the doors. Just the frantic sound of my own breathing and the copper taste of panic flooding my mouth. Then, a hydraulic hiss. The lights flickered back on. The doors were different, heavier wood, brass handles instead of steel. I spun around and the world tilted, fresh paint. That was the first thing I smelled, sharp and chemical, like someone had just finished the walls. Sawdust hung in the air, tickling my throat. The temperature was warmer, the heating system rumbling differently than I'd ever heard it. On the wall, a calendar. October 1987. What would you do? Can you imagine standing there, watching your present dissolve into someone else's past? Footsteps echoed from the east corridor. Voices. Men laughing, discussing work schedules and overtime pay. Getting closer. I turned back to Hall C. The T-Rex wasn't assembled yet. Just the metal framework, a skeletal cage of support beams waiting for bones, tools scattered across the floor, work lights casting harsh shadows. "Hey, you the new assembly guy," a voice called. A man in coveralls rounded the corner. His name tag read Kenneth Lowell. My throat closed. I tried to speak to warn him, but no sound came. He smiled. "Come on, we're behind schedule. Need you inside the framework to secure the ribcage bolts." I looked at the metal cage, at the space where a man could fit, where a man could be forgotten. The real horror wasn't what I'd discovered, it was what I'd become. Kenneth gestured toward the framework. "You coming?" I walked forward, not because I chose to, but because I already had. The metal was cold against my palms as I climbed inside. I knock on the blue door. It shouldn't open, but it does. The hinges scream, a high, wet sound that cuts through the midnight silence. Cold air rushes out, carrying the smell of dust and something metallic. Old copper, maybe, or rust. The darkness inside swallows my flashlight beam for a heartbeat before shapes emerge. Furniture draped in white sheets. A staircase leading up into shadow. And walls. Oh, walls covered in frames. I step inside. The floorboards creak under my weight, each one announcing my trespass. My breath comes shallow. Quick. What would you do? Turn back. I should. But Max led me here every night for 3 weeks, stopping at this door, staring with those amber eyes like he was waiting for me to understand something. So I move deeper. The first photo stops me cold. A child's birthday party, balloons, cake, and a face I know because I see it every morning in the mirror, mine, younger, grinning with frosting on my chin. But that's impossible. I've never been here before. I move to the next frame. My high school graduation. Cap and gown. Same face. Same scar above my left eyebrow from the bike accident when I was 12. Except I don't remember this photo being taken. Don't remember who's standing beside me, arm around my shoulders, smiling. The walls close in with each frame. My childhood, my family, my life captured in moments I can't recall living. But what I find on the mantel changes everything. A dog collar, worn leather, brass tag catching my flashlight, engraved in clean letters, Max 2015, 9 years ago. Outside, Max whines, low, mournful, like he's been waiting far longer than 3 weeks. And suddenly, I'm not sure who I came here looking for. 3 weeks earlier, I took a job I should have questioned. The email arrived at 10 p.m. Subject line, late night walker needed, Millbrook Complex. I'd walked dogs for 2 years, knew the neighborhoods, needed the money. Simple enough. The message gave an address, apartment 4 billion, and instructions that felt off, key under mat, note inside. Max knows the route, just follow him. No phone number, no client name, I should have deleted it. But rent was due, and dogs don't judge you for preferring silence. The Millbrook complex squatted at the edge of town, brick and peeling paint, the kind of building that looked tired even in daylight. At night, under flickering street lamps, it felt like something waiting. I climbed to the fourth floor. The hallway smelled like mildew and copper pennies. Apartment 4 billion had no nameplate, no welcome mat, just a brass key cold in my palm. The note was taped to the inside of the door, handwriting looped and careful. Max knows the route, just follow him. 11 p.m., be patient. I turned. A German shepherd sat 3 feet away, watching me. I hadn't heard him approach. His eyes caught the dim light wrong, too reflective, like coins at the bottom of a well. Can you imagine a dog that size moving without sound? Max didn't wag his tail, didn't sniff me, just stared. Hey boy, I whispered, my voice cracked. Ready? He stood, walked to the door, waited. The route started normal enough. Down the stairs, out onto Maple, 6 blocks north through streetlight halos and the wet asphalt smell of October. Max's nails clicked on pavement, steady, rhythmic like a metronome. He didn't pull at the leash, didn't pause to mark territory or sniff trash, just walked, purposeful, like he'd done this 1,000 times. We turned left at Ashwood Street. That's when the air changed. You know that feeling when you're sure you've been somewhere before, but the memory won't surface. That thickness in your chest, like your body remembers what your mind doesn't. The houses here leaned closer, their windows dark and watchful. Max slowed. His ears flattened. Then he stopped, in front of a house with a blue door. The paint was faded, weathered to the color of a bruise, boarded windows, no lights. Max sat on the cracked sidewalk and stared at that door like it owed him something. 5 minutes passed, maybe more. I checked my phone, 11:43. The dog didn't move, didn't whine, just stared. Max, I tugged the leash gently. Come on, boy, nothing. The street was too quiet, no cars, no wind. Just the weight of that blue door pressing against my vision, filling my peripheral sight until I couldn't look away. My fingers went numb around the leash. The house smelled wrong, smoke and wet dog and something sweet underneath, like rotting fruit. Finally Max stood, turned, walked us home. I should have been relieved, but what I didn't know yet was that we'd do it again. The next night, and the night after, same time, same route. Same 5 minutes in front of that blue door, while Max sat vigil for something I couldn't see. And every single time, the house would smell a little more familiar. I went back during the day, couldn't help it. After 5 nights of watching Max sit at that blue door like it was the only thing that mattered, I needed to see it in sunlight. Maybe it would look normal. Maybe I'd realize I'd been letting the late hour twist things into something they weren't. But the house looked worse in daylight. The windows were boarded with plywood that had gone gray and warped. No mailbox. No numbers on the door. Just the faded blue paint peeling in long, dry strips. The porch sagged in the middle, and the lawn had gone to weeds so tall they brushed my knees as I walked up. I knocked on a neighbor's door first. An older woman cracked it open, silver chain still latched. Do you know who lives here? I pointed at the blue door house. Her eyes flicked past me, then back to my face. Something changed in her expression. No one. How long has it been empty? She started closing the door. I don't know, long time. Wait, do you know anything about the door shut? The deadbolt clicked. I tried 2 more houses. One didn't answer. The other, a man in his 40s, looked at me like I'd asked him to dig up his own grave. He shook his head before I even finished the question and stepped back inside. What were they so afraid of? The blue door wasn't locked. That should have stopped me. It didn't. Inside, the air was thick and still, like it hadn't moved in years. Dust hung in the shafts of light that leaked through gaps in the boarded windows. The furniture was still there: couch, coffee table, a bookshelf against the far wall, all of it covered in a fine layer of gray. But it was arranged like someone still lived here, like they'd just stepped out. On the kitchen wall hung a calendar. I walked closer, my shoes leaving prints in the dust on the floor. March 2015. I touched the paper. It crumbled slightly under my fingers. 9 years. The smell hit me then. Faint but unmistakable. Wet dog. That earthy, warm scent of damp fur. And underneath it, something metallic. Copper. The kind of smell that coats the back of your throat. I turned, scanning the room. No dog, no source. And then I heard it. Max's whine, high and soft and desperate. But Max wasn't here. I'd left him at the apartment. This was memory, wasn't it? Some trick of my mind pulling his sound from the nights we'd stood outside. The whine came again. Closer. I spun toward the hallway. The sound had come from deeper in the house, from the room at the end of the hall where the door stood halfway open. And that's when I realized I could see my breath. I drove home with my hands shaking on the wheel. The cold I'd felt inside that house still clung to my skin, even though the afternoon sun blazed through the windshield. My mind circled back to one simple fact. Someone had hired me to walk Max. Someone had left a key. Someone had paid up front for 3 months. Someone had to explain this. Back in my apartment, I pulled out my phone and scrolled to the contact labeled Client 4B. The number sat there like it always had. Normal, real. I pressed call, 3 tones. Then a recorded voice, flat and automated. The number you have reached is not in service. I tried again. Same result. I stared at the screen and felt something shift in my chest. When had I last spoken to this client? I couldn't remember. Not once in 3 weeks had they called to check in. Not once had I needed to report anything. The dog just knew the route. I grabbed my jacket and headed to the Millbrook complex. The building manager's office smelled like burnt coffee and cheap air freshener, a cloying vanilla that stuck to the back of my throat. Mrs. Kowalski looked up from her crossword puzzle with the expression of someone interrupted mid-nap. Help you? Yeah, I need to ask about one of your tenants. Apartment 4B, her pen paused. 4B. Right. I've been doing dog walking services for them, but I can't seem to reach them, and there's no one in 4B, she said it simply. Matter of fact. I blinked. What? 4B's been vacant since late 2014. We had a tenant skip out on rent, left it a mess, still looking for the right renter. She returned to her crossword. You sure you got the right unit? My pulse hammered in my ears. I have a key. She glanced up, frowning now. You have a key to 4B. I pulled it from my pocket. The metal was warm from my grip, solid and real. She stared at it, then at me, then reached for her desk drawer and pulled out a key ring. Flipped through labeled tags. Held one up. This is the master for 4B, only copy I got. Her eyes narrowed. Where'd you get that? Under the mat, I whispered. There was a note. It said Max knows the route. Mrs. Kowalski's face went carefully blank. She set down her pen. "I think you should leave." But the real question hadn't been answered yet. I walked to the lobby. The lease board hung by the mailboxes, a cork board with unit numbers and tenant names written in faded marker. I scanned down. 1A Martinez, 2C Pham, 3B Johnston, 4B vacant since 2014. My throat tightened. I turned and walked up the stairs 2 flights down the hall, counting doors. 1B, 2B, 3B. 4B. I slid the key into the lock. It turned, smooth, easy, like it had every night for 3 weeks. The door swung open. The apartment was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no curtains. Just scuffed hardwood floors and walls with darker squares where picture frames used to hang. Dust motes swirled in the late afternoon light. Except, in the corner of the living room sat a dog bed. Faded blue fabric, edges frayed, and embroidered on the side in crooked letters, Max. The air smelled faintly of wet fur, old, stale, like a ghost of a scent that shouldn't exist in an empty room. I stepped inside. My footsteps echoed. The dog bed looked used. The center was compressed, shaped by weight and time. I knelt and touched the fabric. It was cold, but I could swear I felt the texture of dog hair beneath my fingertips. What would you do if everything pointed to something that couldn't exist but you could still touch it? I checked my watch. 4:15. In 6 hours and 45 minutes, Max would be waiting at the door, and he would lead me down the same 6 blocks. Turn left, stop at the blue door, just like he had every single night since this started. Since when exactly? I tried to remember the first night, the note, the key, but the memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water. I remembered doing it. I just couldn't remember it starting. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out, hands trembling, hoping for something, anything that made sense. No notifications, but the screen showed 11:03 p.m. I looked at my watch again. 4:15. The phone's clock ticked forward. 11:04. And from somewhere deep in the empty apartment, I heard the soft jingle of a collar and the click of claws on hardwood, though nothing was there. I drove to the office instead of going home. The dog walking service shared space above a veterinary clinic, and the smell of disinfectant mixed with old coffee always made my stomach turn. Today it felt worse, sharper. I pushed through the door and found Casey at the desk, scrolling through her phone with the bored efficiency of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. "Hey." My voice came out rougher than I intended. "I need to ask you about an assignment." She didn't look up. "Ma'am, apartment 4 billion, Millbrook Complex, German Shepherd named Max." Her thumb kept moving, scrolling. "Don't know it." "Casey. I've been walking him for 3 weeks." That made her look up. Her eyes were flat, empty of recognition. "You sure? What would you do when someone stares at you like you've just spoken a language they've never heard? Like you're the one who's wrong?" "Check the system," I said. She sighed, but she turned to the computer. The keyboard clicks sounded too loud in the small room, each tap echoing off the cheap paneling. I watched her face, watched for the moment she'd find it and apologize for forgetting. But that moment never came. "Nothing," she said. "No 4 billion assignment under your name. No client at Millbrook Complex at all." My hands went cold. "That's impossible." "Then maybe you're thinking of a different job." Her tone had shifted. "Careful now. The way people talk to someone who might be unstable. I pulled out my phone. My fingers felt numb against the screen, the glass slick with condensation from my palm. I opened my messages, scrolled to the client's number. The thread was gone. Every text, every confirmation, every instruction about Max and his route, gone. But what I found instead made my mouth fill with the taste of copper. One photo, just one, me, younger maybe, hair a bit longer. I'm holding Max, his coat glossier, his eyes brighter, and we're standing in front of a house with a blue door. My smile looks genuine, happy, like I belong there. The date stamp sat in the corner, white text burned into the digital image. March 7th, 2015. I stared at it until the numbers blurred. 9 years ago, I would have been. What, 19? I'd been living 2 states over then, hadn't I? Can you imagine forgetting a photo like that? Forgetting a dog you clearly loved. I couldn't remember taking it. Couldn't remember that version of myself standing on that porch holding that dog. The memory should have been there, should have felt familiar. Instead, it felt like looking at a stranger wearing my face. You okay? Casey's voice sounded distant. I looked up. She was staring at me now, her expression caught between concern and something else. Fear, maybe. Who assigned me Max? I asked. Jordan, there is no Max. Then explain this. I turned the phone toward her. She leaned in, squinted at the screen. Her face went pale just for a second before she shook her head. That's you, but what? The date's wrong, has to be. She pushed back from the desk. Photo metadata glitches all the time. But we both knew that wasn't true. And what I discovered when I checked the photo's properties would prove that everything I thought I knew about my life had been built on a foundation that was already crumbling. I sat in my car outside the office for 20 minutes, staring at the photo. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The math kept circling through my head like a mantra I couldn't silence. March 2015. The collar engraved with that same date, 9 years ago, but the client, whoever they were, had written that Max was 3 years old, 3 or 12. I pressed my thumb against the screen until it went dark. The sudden absence of light made the parking lot feel enormous around me. Empty. When had everyone else left? I couldn't remember hearing car doors, engines starting. Just my own breathing, loud and uneven in the enclosed space. The phone's glow returned as I opened the browser. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do you even search for when your own memory has holes big enough to lose 9 years? I started with the address. 1847 Ashwood Street. The blue door house that Max stopped at every single night. 3 results loaded. The first was a real estate aggregate. No listing. Status: uninhabitable. The second was a cached forum post about urban exploration. Abandoned since that fire, one user had written. Shame, pretty neighborhood, that fire. The third result made my stomach drop. Millbrook Gazette, March 19th, 2015. The headline was clinical, detached. Body recovered from residential fire. Victim unidentified. But what I found in that article would shatter everything I thought I knew about the past 3 weeks. I clicked it. The page loaded slowly, as if the connection itself was reluctant. The article was short, sparse. Authorities responded to a structure fire at 1847 Ashwood Street on the evening of March 17th. One fatality discovered in an upstairs bedroom. Severe burns prevented immediate identification. No next of kin located. Investigation ongoing. The address hit me like cold water. The same house. The one with Max's collar on the mantel, my childhood photos on the walls, that impossible calendar frozen in time. I scrolled down. There was a photo embedded in the article, low resolution, taken from the street. The house mid-blaze, orange light bleeding through boarded windows, smoke pouring into a dark sky. And there, barely visible in the corner of the frame, a blue door, my blue door. The next image was smaller. A police reference photo, they called it. Victim's personal effects recovered from the scene. I had to zoom in to see it clearly. A dog collar, metal tags catching the camera flash. I could just make out the engraving. Max. The air in the car felt wrong, too thick, too warm. I cracked the window and heard. Nothing. No traffic. No wind. Just that awful, suffocating silence that presses against your eardrums until you hear your own pulse. I went back to the article, scrolled past the details I'd already absorbed. At the bottom, there was one more photo. A witness had submitted it, taken earlier that day before the fire. The caption read, "Victim's appearance remains unclear due to image quality." The photo was blurred. Motion maybe, or smoke already starting. But I could see the outline of a person standing on the porch. Dark hair, slender build, one hand raised, palm out like they were waving, or warning someone away. I enlarged it until the pixels fractured into meaningless shapes. Then I looked at my own reflection in the darkened phone screen. Back to the photo. Back to my reflection. Can you imagine that moment? When your face stares back at you from two places at once, one living, one dead. The figure in the photo had the same jawline, same height, same way of standing with weight shifted slightly to the left. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the passenger seat, screen still glowing, that blurred figure still waving from 9 years ago. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. The car felt smaller, tighter, like the walls were creeping inward. No, no, this wasn't possible. But the collar said 2015. The photo on my phone said March 7th, 2015. The article said March 17th. 10 days apart. 10 days. And then someone burned. I grabbed my phone again, hands slick with sweat. I needed to see the house. Now, needed to prove this was a coincidence, a mistake, someone who just looked like me. The screen flickered. Just for a second. When it stabilized, the article had changed. No, not changed. I was seeing something I'd missed before. At the very end, a single line in smaller text. Neighbors reported seeing a dog at the property for weeks after the incident. German Shepherd. No collar, attempts to capture unsuccessful. Max. Max had been there after the fire, after someone died, after I. What died? Disappeared. The temperature in the car dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. And underneath the scent of old coffee and pine air freshener, something else crept in. Faint but unmistakable. Copper. And wet dog. I looked up at the rearview mirror. For just a moment, less than a heartbeat, I swore I saw someone sitting in the back seat. Same dark hair. same face, but burned. What I didn't know yet was that when I turned around to look, the truth waiting in that empty seat would follow me home. I didn't look at the rear view mirror again. Not once. Not the entire drive home. The key to apartment 4 billion sat in my pocket like a cold stone. I'd carried it for weeks now, following Max, returning it under the mat, pretending everything made sense. What would you do if every shred of evidence pointed to your own death? Would you keep pretending? Keep walking? I parked outside the Millbrook complex and sat there, engine ticking, hands shaking. The building manager said 4 billion was vacant. No tenant since 2014, but the key worked. The dog bed was real. Max was real. I got out. The hallway on the fourth floor smelled wrong, not like rot or mildew, but like absence itself, like air that hadn't moved in years. The brass key scraped against the lock, too loud in the silence. The door opened, empty, not just unfurnished, empty in a way that felt deliberate. No dust patterns where furniture once stood, no marks on the walls, just bare floorboards and a dog bed in the center of the room, Max's name stitched in faded blue thread. And beside it, a framed photo lying face up. But what I saw in that frame would unravel everything I thought I knew. I knelt down. My knees cracked against the wood. The photo showed me, younger, maybe 5 years ago, kneeling on a porch. Max sat beside me, tongue out happy. Behind us, the blue door. And beyond that, through the window, smoke. Gray tendrils curling against glass. March 7th, 2015. The date was written on the back in my handwriting. I lifted the frame. The glass caught the dim hallway light, and my reflection stared back. Not me. Not exactly. The eyes were hollow, burned edges around the sockets, mouth open in a silent scream I couldn't hear. And then, footsteps in the hallway behind me. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I froze. Photo frame still gripped in both hands, glass pressing cold against my palms. The burned reflection stared back at me from its surface, mouth twisted in that silent scream I couldn't hear but somehow felt vibrating in my chest. Then the voice came, low, familiar, like hearing a recording of yourself played back through water. Max has been walking himself for 9 years, trying to bring me home. The air in the hallway smelled wrong. Not musty or stale like an abandoned building should smell, but clean, antiseptic, like a hospital corridor at 3 in the morning. I died in that house. My breath caught. The frame slipped an inch in my sweating grip. You're me. You just don't remember yet. I spun toward the doorway, empty. The hallway stretched in both directions, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, flickering in a rhythm that felt deliberate. Doors lined the walls, all closed, all silent. The building made no sound at all, no distant television, no running water, no footsteps retreating. What would you do? Would you run? Would you convince yourself you'd imagined it? I couldn't move, because Max was there, sitting perfectly still in the doorway, exactly where he'd been when I entered. His amber eyes locked on mine with an intensity I'd mistaken for loyalty these past weeks. His tail lay flat against the floor, unmoving. Dogs wag when they see their owners. Dogs shift their weight, pant, tilt their heads. Max did none of those things. He just watched, like he was waiting for me to understand something I should have known all along. But what I didn't know yet was that understanding wouldn't save me. I stepped toward him, legs shaking. Max. His ears didn't twitch at his name. He didn't blink. And when I got close enough to see my own reflection in those amber eyes, I saw the truth staring back. Not my face, but the burned one from the photograph. Hollow, ancient, waiting. The frame fell from my hands and shattered on the floor, and that's when Max finally moved, standing slowly, turning toward the hallway, looking back once as if to say, "Follow." I followed Max toward the hallway window. The glass was cold. I could feel it from 3 feet away. That unnatural chill that makes your skin prickle. My breath didn't fog it. I stepped closer. The reflection wasn't mine. Oh, it wore my face. Same cheekbones, same jawline, but the skin was melted wax pulled tight over bone. Burns crawled up the neck like vines. The eyes, older, so much older. The mouth moved without sound, forming 2 words over and over. Come home. Have you ever run from yourself? From the thing you know you are but refuse to see? I ran. My feet hit the stairs. The apartment door slammed behind me. Cold air bit my lungs as I burst onto the street. I didn't think, didn't need to. My body knew the route. 6 blocks straight. Streetlights flickered overhead. My footsteps echoed off empty storefronts, alone, always alone. But I could hear something else beneath them. Pause steady, relentless, turn left. The blue door loomed ahead, paint peeling like dead skin. I don't remember deciding to go inside, but my hand was already on the knob. It opened. The house smelled like wet ash and copper. Photos lined the walls just as before, but now they were moving, not like film, like time-lapse decay. In the first frame, I was 5, holding a birthday cake. As I watched, the candles melted. My face grew. 10 years old. 15, 20. The smile faded, the eyes hollowed. But what I saw in the last frame made my throat close. Max sat on the mantel beside his collar, perfectly still. Not a dog anymore. Never a dog, just waiting. His amber eyes locked onto mine. And in them, I saw every night of the past 9 years folding in on themselves like origami, collapsing into this single moment. And I realized the route had never been about walking him home at all. The glass didn't shatter, it parted like water, like smoke. The reflection stepped through and the smell hit me first, ash and copper and something older. Charred meat left too long in summer heat. My stomach twisted, but I couldn't look away. Because it was me, my face, my height. My posture, the slight forward lean from years of walking dogs in the cold. But the skin, oh God, the skin was wrong, melted in places, stretched too tight over the left cheekbone. The eyes were mine, though, same green, same exhaustion. It raised one hand, palm up, offering. You don't have to be afraid, it said, and the voice was mine too, just deeper, smoke damaged. My legs wouldn't move. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But all I could do was stare at that outstretched hand, at the burned scars crawling up the wrist like roots. 9 years, it whispered. Max has been so patient. I turned. Max sat on the mantel, perfectly still, watching, waiting. What? What happens if I take your hand? The reflection smiled. It cracked the burned skin at the corners. You come home. That's when I understood what home meant. What Max had been walking toward every single night at 11. Not a place, an ending, but the thing I couldn't explain. The thing that terrified me more than the scars or the smell or the wrongness of it all was that part of me wanted to reach out. Part of me had been reaching for 9 years without knowing it. Max barked. Once. Sharp. Final. My hand moved before my mind could stop it. The reflection's fingers closed around mine, and the cold was immediate, deeper than winter, deeper than bone. The house groaned. The photos on the walls stopped shifting, faces freezing mid-decay. The smell of smoke thickened. I tasted it, felt it coat my throat, and then I'm in the van, engine running. Dashboard clock reads 10:58. My hand rests on the steering wheel. Keys dangle from the ignition. In the passenger seat, my phone buzzes with a reminder. 4 billion pickup, 11 p.m. I know this moment. I've lived it before. But here's what changed. Here's what I know now that I didn't know then. I can feel the hand still gripping mine, even though I'm alone, even though the reflection is gone. The cold hasn't left. It lives under my skin now, threaded through every vein, wrapping around my ribs like wire. I put the van in drive. 6 blocks. Turn left. Blue door. Max will be waiting at apartment 4 billion. He always is. And tonight, like every night, I'll clip the leash to his collar and we'll walk the route together. He'll stop at the house. He'll whine. And I'll pretend I don't know why. Because that's the thing about coming home. Once you're there, you can't leave. I pull out of the parking space. The radio crackles to static, and beneath it I hear breathing that isn't mine. The rearview mirror shows my face, just my face. For now, but I know what's waiting in the glass. What's always been waiting. And I know that one night, maybe tonight, maybe in another 9 years, I'll look in that mirror and see the reflection staring back. And it will smile, because we're the same now. We always were. The van turns left. The blue door waits ahead. Max is already sitting on the porch. Someone slid into the booth across from me. I didn't look up, not right away. I was staring at the clock above the counter, 4:42 a.m., watching the second hand drag through mud. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes until 4:47 when the article said I would die. The article that appeared on my laptop 3 nights ago. The one with metadata showing it was created 3 weeks in the future. I heard him breathing first. Slow. Steady, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, that electrical hum that never stops in diners like this. My cold coffee sat untouched, a ring of condensation spreading across the formica table. The air smelled like burnt coffee and bleach. His hands came to rest on the table, fingers splayed. Pale. No, not pale, gray. And cold. I could feel the temperature drop from across the booth like someone had opened a freezer door. What would you do? If you knew the exact moment of your death, would you show up anyway? I did. I came back to the Nidal Diner for 3 nights straight, reading that impossible document over and over. Heart attack. 4:47 a.m. Booth 7. I memorized every word, searching for a way out, but what I found instead, what the article didn't mention, was who I'd be sitting with when it happened. The stranger shifted. Vinyl creaked under his weight. I kept my eyes on my laptop screen, watching my reflection in the black glass, and his reflection behind it. Hollow eyes, skin the color of old newspapers, a face that shouldn't exist. But what terrified me most wasn't how wrong he looked. It was how familiar he was. It started 3 nights earlier. Saturday night, 1:15 in the morning. I pushed through the restroom door back into the diner's fluorescent hum, the smell of burnt coffee thick in my throat. My laptop sat exactly where I'd left it in booth 7, but the screen had changed. A document stared back at me. White page, black text. I hadn't opened it. My pulse kicked up as I slid into the cracked vinyl. The cold seeped through my jeans, colder than it should have been. I scanned the diner. Empty booths stretched toward the counter. No one. Just Laura wiping down tables near the kitchen, her back to me. I looked down at the screen. The headline made my stomach drop. Local man dies of heart attack at Nidal Diner. I blinked. Read it again. The article continued in clinical detail. Tuesday morning, 4:47 a.m., booth 7. Victim identified as David Marsh. Age 34. My name. My hands shook as I scrolled. The writing was clean, journalistic. It described my clothing, the gray hoodie I was wearing right now. It mentioned my laptop, my coffee habit, Laura's statement to police. Everything felt specific, intimate. Wrong, but what I saw next made my breath catch. I right-clicked the document, properties, metadata loaded, created date. I had to read it 3 times before my brain accepted what my eyes were seeing. 3 weeks from now. The file had been created 22 days in the future, after my supposed death. Can you imagine staring at your own obituary written by what? Time itself. I stood so fast the booth squeaked, spun around. Someone had to be here. This was a prank, had to be. I checked under the table, the adjacent booths, even behind the counter. The security camera above the register stared down like a dead eye. Nothing. No one. Laura appeared at my elbow with the coffee pot. "Third cup, hun." I flinched. Did anyone come near my table while I was in the restroom?" She tilted her head, expression flat. "Just you and me here tonight, same as always." The coffee poured, steam curling between us. It smelled metallic. Wrong. I dropped back into the booth and tried to close the document. My cursor hovered over the X, clicked. Nothing happened. Clicked again. The document stayed open, luminous and patient. I tried force quit, tried shutting the laptop. The screen remained lit even after I held the power button, that impossible article glowing in the dim diner light. So I did the only thing left. I read it again. Every word, every detail. Memorizing the exact time, the exact place, the way the article said I'd seemed calm, almost expectant, in the hours before. What I didn't know yet was that reading it again was exactly what it wanted me to do. I needed someone to tell me this wasn't real. "Laura," my voice came out hoarse. She turned from wiping down the counter, coffee pot in hand. Did you see anyone near my laptop while I was in the restroom?" Her expression didn't change. She pulled the small notepad from her apron pocket, flipped through pages with a thumb that left smudges on the worn paper. The sound of her pen scratching against the pages filled the silence between us. "You haven't been to the restroom, hun." My throat tightened. "What?" "You've been sitting right there for 6 hours. Haven't moved once." She tapped the notepad. "Came in at 7:15. Ordered coffee. Been nursing the same cup since." That wasn't right. I remembered standing, walking down the narrow hallway, the flickering light above the mirror. I remembered. But the coffee cup in front of me was still steaming. I touched the ceramic, hot, fresh. My hands moved to the laptop before my brain caught up. Browser history. I needed to see browser history. The list scrolled down and down. 43 minutes of searches between midnight and 12:43 a.m. Obituary databases, death records, news archives, sites I'd never heard of, let alone visited. But I'd been reading the document the entire time. Hadn't I? Can you imagine losing 40 minutes of your own life? Not forgetting, losing. What I found next made my hands go numb. Every single search query was the same. My name, my full name, over and over, hundreds of entries. As if I'd been desperately searching for something that hadn't happened yet, or searching for proof I was still alive. The wall clock hummed. Laura poured coffee somewhere behind me. My reflection stared back from the dark laptop screen between browser windows. And behind my reflection was that another face. I stayed home Saturday. Sunday night, I came back anyway. The fluorescent lights hummed the same tired song. Booth 7 still smelled like old vinyl and burnt coffee, and when I slid across the cracked red seat, the leather wheezed beneath me like something dying. My laptop screen glowed pale against the window's darkness. The document was there again, and this time it had changed. I leaned closer, pulse hammering in my temples. New paragraphs beneath the original death notice. Police suspect foul play in early morning fatality. Surveillance footage recovered from the diner shows the victim arguing with himself minutes before the incident. Authorities have not released further details. Arguing with himself. My eyes flicked upward to the security camera mounted above the counter, its red light blinking steadily. 1, 2, 3 beats of my heart. The lens stared back like a dead eye watching me drown. The coffee cup appeared beside my elbow without warning. 2:30, Laura said, her voice flat as always. She poured exactly to the white line inside the rim, same as every night, same as she always would. The steam curled between us, carrying that familiar bitter smell. Thanks, I whispered. She walked away. I was alone again. But what I was about to search for would make me wish I'd stayed that way. I opened a new browser tab, my fingers cold against the keys. The cursor blinked, waiting. Can you imagine that moment? When you're about to type your own name into a search engine, knowing something impossible is hunting you through time itself. I typed it anyway, David Marsh. Enter. The results loaded, and the first link. Oh God. The first link was my obituary, posted 3 hours ago. Written in the past tense, but I was still breathing. The fluorescent lights hummed above me, a high-pitched whine that burrowed into my skull. I closed the obituary tab, but the nausea stayed. My hand trembled against the trackpad. The diner smelled wrong tonight, burnt coffee and something metallic, like copper pennies pressed against my tongue. Movement flickered in my peripheral vision. The television mounted behind the counter. I'd never paid attention to it before, but now the blue-gray glow caught my eye. Laura stood beneath it, wiping down the coffee station with mechanical precision, oblivious. The screen showed security footage. Black and white. Grainy. Booth 7. I could see myself clearly, hunched over my laptop, fingers frozen above the keyboard, and across from me, oh God, across from me sat someone else. A figure, leaning forward, talking. My blood went cold. I spun around in my seat, vinyl squeaking beneath me. The booth across from me was empty, just cracked red leather and shadows. Nothing. No one. I turned back to the screen, pulse hammering in my ears like fists against a door. On the feed, my lips were moving, answering, having a conversation with. The figure's posture was familiar in a way that made my stomach drop. The tilt of the head, the set of the shoulders. But what I saw next would crack my understanding of reality wide open. The figure shifted, leaning back slightly, and for just a moment, one terrible crystalline moment, it turned its face toward the camera. My face, hollow eyes, skin like ash, but unmistakably me. Can you imagine seeing yourself from the outside talking to someone who isn't there? Watching your own mouth form words you can't hear. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. On screen, the other me smiled. Not at the me on the television, but directly at the camera, directly at me. And that's when I realized he'd been waiting for me to notice. My breath came in shallow gasps. The TV screen glowed behind the counter, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the booth beside me. Empty. The vinyl across from me cracked and worn, no one there. Then I heard it, my own voice. Behind my left ear, close enough to feel breath that never came. Stop coming here. Ice crawled down my neck. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal drone, but underneath, that whisper, my whisper. I'm trying to warn you. I spun around. The diner stretched empty. Laura wiped down the far counter, her back to me, cloth moving in slow circles. She hadn't heard a thing, hadn't looked up. The smell of burnt coffee hung thick and stale. Tuesday at 4:47 a.m. You meet yourself. The voice threaded through my skull, intimate and wrong. One of you doesn't leave. Where are you? I rasped into the empty air. Silence. Just the hum. Just Laura's cloth on laminate. I turned back to my laptop and froze. A new document. Center screen. White text on black. You can't change it. You can only understand it. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. They trembled. The laptop's heat radiated against my palms, too warm, feverish. I hadn't opened that file, hadn't typed those words, but what I found in the next 3 hours would crack open everything I thought I knew. I started searching. Temporal loops, causality paradox, bootstrap theory. The articles blurred together, but one phrase kept surfacing. Closed time-like curves, events that loop back, feeding into themselves. The document updated again. You're not the first David to sit here. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrolled down. And you won't be the last, unless you understand what happened to me. Monday night, 3:02 a.m. I stared at the clock above the counter, watching the second hand tick forward with mechanical precision. My laptop sat closed in front of me. I couldn't look at it. Not yet. The weight of what I'd learned pressed against my chest. I wasn't the first David trapped in this loop. The fluorescent lights hummed their constant drone. Laura wiped down the counter in slow, circular motions. Everything felt normal, routine. And that's exactly what terrified me. I glanced at the clock again. 3:47 a.m. My stomach lurched. No, that wasn't. I'd only looked away for a second. Maybe two. The bile rose in my throat as I gripped the edge of the table, the cracked vinyl cold and slick beneath my palms. Laura! My voice came out hoarse. She turned, coffee pot already in hand, that same detached smile on her face. Refill, hun. I looked down at my cup, full, steam rising in lazy spirals. The ceramic was hot against my fingertips, fresh poured, but I'd already finished it. I remembered draining the last bitter mouthful, remembered the empty weight of the cup. When did you? Just now. She tilted her head. You feeling all right? The air in the diner felt thick, like breathing through wet cotton. Can you imagine what it's like when time itself stops making sense? When your own memory becomes unreliable? I turned toward the window, needing to ground myself in something real, something solid. The parking lot stretched out in the darkness, empty except for my car. And there in the glass, my reflection stared back. I watched it lift the coffee cup to its lips. I hadn't moved yet. My hands were still flat on the table. Then my body caught up, jerking into motion, mirroring what I'd already seen myself do. The coffee scalded my tongue. I slammed the cup down, liquid sloshing over the rim. Easy there, Laura said, somewhere behind me. But what I discovered in the next moment would prove how far gone I really was. My laptop screen glowed to life on its own. The document, that cursed article, it had updated again. New text scrolled across the screen. Witnesses report the victim seemed to expect his death. Security footage shows Marsh returning to the diner every night for 5 days straight. When questioned, waitress Laura Quinn stated he appeared resigned, calm, almost eager. My vision tunneled. The words blurred and refocused. Why did he keep returning? The article asked. What compelled David Marsh to meet his fate at exactly 4:47 a.m.? The clock on the wall ticked forward. 4:03 a.m. I didn't remember the last hour passing at all. And tomorrow night, less than 24 hours from now, I would walk through that door one final time. I stayed home. 9 o'clock Tuesday evening. 7 hours and 47 minutes until the appointment I never made. I locked the door, the deadbolt, the chain. I turned off my phone, closed the blinds, sat on the couch in the dark apartment that didn't quite smell like mine anymore. Too sterile, like no one lived here. What would you do? If you knew the exact moment, the exact place. I told myself I wouldn't go, not this time. The loop needed me to return. So I wouldn't. Simple. I'd break it by staying away. My laptop sat on the coffee table. Closed. Silent. I didn't reach for it. My hands did. I watched my fingers, my own fingers lift the lid, press the power button. They moved smoothly, precisely, like they knew a choreography I'd never learned. The screen glowed blue in the darkness. My hands navigated to documents without hesitation. There it was, unchanged. Local man found dead at Route 9 diner. Tuesday, 4:47 a.m. Heart attack. Witnesses report victim seemed to expect his death. I tried to close it. My hand clicked new document instead. Opened a blank page. The cursor blinked. Waiting, I'd write something, anything, an email, a note. Proof I was still here, still in control. But what I actually needed to understand wouldn't reveal itself until I stopped fighting. My fingers found the keys. Typed 5 words, smooth and mechanical. I have to go back. I stared at the screen. Deleted it, tried again. I have to go back. Delete. Try again, I have to go back. No, I stood up, knocked the laptop onto the floor. It clattered against the carpet, but didn't close. The document still glowed. Those 5 words. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. The clock on the microwave read 11:53, then 12:28. I don't remember the minutes between. I was holding my car keys. The metal was cold against my palm, edges biting into skin. When had I picked them up? The door stood open. Not unlocked, open. Chain dangling. Deadbolt turned. Rain pattered against the parking lot outside, soft and rhythmic like a lullaby. I should go back inside, lock the door, wait it out. Instead, I walked to my car. My legs carried me smoothly, inevitably. I wanted to scream, but my jaw wouldn't open. I was a passenger in my own body, and maybe I had been for days. The engine started, my hands on the wheel, 10 and 2 exactly right. Windshield wipers swept rain away in steady intervals. The road was empty. Route 9 stretched ahead, slick and black. 12:41 a.m. I tried to turn the wheel, go anywhere else. The mountains, the coast, Canada. The car stayed on Route 9. At 12:59 I saw the lights, fluorescent, familiar. The Nidal Diner parking lot held only 2 vehicles, Laura's sedan and the space that was always empty, waiting for me. I pulled in at 1 o'clock exactly. The rain had stopped. When had that happened? I crossed the parking lot, pushed open the glass door. The bell chimed, a sound I'd heard 100 times, but tonight it rang hollow, final. Booth 7, empty, waiting. I slid onto the cracked red vinyl. My laptop was already open in front of me. I didn't remember bringing it from the car. The document glowed on the screen. 3 hours and 47 minutes. Footsteps approached. I smelled coffee before I saw her, dark roast, bitter and burnt from sitting too long on the burner. Laura placed the cup in front of me, didn't ask, didn't speak. Her eyes were distant, mechanical. She'd done this before, many times. I wrapped my hands around the mug. The heat should have burned, but I barely felt it. Outside the window, my reflection stared back. Its mouth moved first. Then mine followed a half-second later. The diner was empty except for us. The clock above the counter ticked forward. But something felt different tonight. The air was thicker, heavier, every breath took effort. At 4 a.m., the real nightmare would finally begin. 4 o'clock came without sound. The wall clock behind the counter hung frozen at 3:58 a.m. No second-hand movement. No electrical hum from the fluorescent lights overhead. Even the rain outside had stopped mid-streak against the window. Suspended droplets catching the sickly yellow glow like insects trapped in amber. My heart slammed against my ribs. Each beat too loud, too fast. The only sound in the entire diner was my own pulse thundering in my ears and the shallow rasp of my breathing. Can you imagine that kind of silence? The kind that presses against your eardrums until they ache. Laura stood motionless behind the counter, coffee pot in hand, eyes focused on nothing, not blinking. I watched her for 30 seconds, counted each one, and she didn't breathe. The steam from the pot had stopped rising. Time hadn't stopped. It was waiting. The coffee in my cup had gone cold. Not lukewarm, ice cold. I touched the ceramic with trembling fingers and felt the chill seep into my bones. When I pulled my hand back, condensation beaded on the outside of the mug like it had been sitting in a freezer. The smell hit me then. Burnt coffee and something underneath it. Something metallic and wrong, Like copper pennies left in the rain, I checked my laptop. The document was still there. Heart attack. 4:47 a.m., 7 minutes away. No, 47 minutes. I glanced at my watch, 4 a.m. exactly. But when I looked up at the wall clock again, it read 4 a.m., not 3:58 anymore. The silence stretched and stretched. My breathing echoed too loud in the frozen space, and I realized with creeping horror that I was utterly alone, even with Laura standing 10 feet away, even with my own reflection staring back from the window. But what happened at 4:23 a.m. would prove I'd never been alone at all. The minutes crawled. I tried to move from the booth, tested my legs, my arms. Everything worked. I could stand, walk to the door, but I didn't. Some part of me understood that leaving wasn't an option anymore. The loop had me. At 4:15 a.m., according to my watch, the temperature dropped again. My breath misted in front of my face. Frost began creeping across the window beside me, delicate patterns spreading like veins. At 4:23 a.m., Laura blinked. Just once. Then she turned her head toward me with mechanical precision and smiled. Her lips didn't move right, like she'd forgotten how the expression worked. She set down the coffee pot and walked into the kitchen. The door swung shut behind her with a soft squeak that sounded deafening in the silence. I was alone now, truly alone. The clock ticked forward, 4:24 a.m. The second hand moved, once, twice, then stopped again. My laptop screen flickered. New text appeared beneath the article, typing itself one letter at a time. He's coming. I didn't ask who, I already knew. At 4:42 a.m. exactly, I heard footsteps. Not from the entrance, from the hallway leading to the restroom. Slow, deliberate. The sound of dress shoes on linoleum. The same shoes I was wearing. They stopped just behind me. The vinyl booth across from me creaked as weight settled into it. I couldn't look up. My eyes stayed locked on the coffee mug, on my own white-knuckled hands gripping the table edge. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. David, my name in my own voice, but wrong, flatter, emptier, like a recording played through a broken speaker. I forced my eyes up. The face looking back at me was mine. Same jawline, same crooked nose I broke in college, same scar above the left eyebrow, but the eyes were hollow, not figuratively, literally hollow, sunken deep into gray skin that looked waxy and cold, the texture of something that had been dead for days. His lips were bloodless. When he smiled, I saw my own teeth, but they looked too white against the corpse gray of his gums. "You kept the appointment," he said. His hand reached across the table. I watched my own fingers, long and thin, pianist's fingers my ex-wife used to call them, extend toward me. The nails were clean, no wedding ring, just like mine. But when his fingertips brushed the back of my hand, they were ice cold. Not cold like the coffee, cold like a body pulled from a freezer. "Now I can explain what happened 3 weeks ago," the other David said, his hollow eyes never blinking. "When I sat where you're sitting." He leaned forward. The smell of copper pennies intensified. Underneath it I caught something else, formaldehyde and rot. "You want to know how you die?" he whispered. "You already have. This is just the moment you realize it." And that's when he told me what would happen in the next 5 minutes, and why I'd been dead since Saturday night. The other leans close. His breath smells like nothing, like absence itself. You think you're trying to prevent your death, he whispers. You're not, you're causing mine. My hands shake. What? The loop needs a witness and a participant. His hollow eyes hold no life, no warmth. I warned you, the voice in the diner, the documents, I tried. Uh, I tried everything to keep you away. The vinyl beneath me creaks as I shift. I don't understand. You came anyway. His gray lips pull into something that might have been a smile once, just like I did. 3 weeks from now, you'll be sitting where I am, warning the next David, and he won't listen either. Can you imagine knowing you're trapped, that every choice leads back here, but something in his words doesn't fit? If you're me, why do you look like? What happens when you exist outside your own timeline? He stands slowly. The fluorescent lights buzz louder. You decay. At 4:47, my chest tightens. A pressure builds behind my ribs, not pain. Recognition. The other walks toward the restroom. His footsteps echo wrong. Delayed by half a second, I follow, I have to. The narrow hallway, the flickering light. He stands before the mirror, and I see it then, only one reflection staring back. Mine, he turns, steps forward. His cold hand touches my chest directly over my heart. Thank you, he breathes. Now I can rest. The pressure releases. I stumble backward. The hallway is empty. I'm alone. I walk back to booth 7 and outside, Laura pushes through the kitchen door at 4:50. She approaches the corner booth. Empty. The coffee is still warm. The camera mount was empty. I stood there in the ravine, flashlight beam shaking across the stripped bolts where camera 14 should have been. 90-minute hike through black forest for nothing. My breath fogged in the October cold, pine needles slick under my boots. Then I saw the note, zip-tied to the tree. White paper, my own blocky handwriting. I recognized it immediately. The words made my stomach drop. Don't go home tonight. I'm you from 6 days ahead. Something's waiting. I went home. I didn't make it. Can you imagine reading that? Your own warning from yourself. My pulse hammered in my ears. This had to be a prank. Some hiker found my camera, thought they'd mess with the forest weirdo. But the handwriting, the specific details, 6 days ahead. I read it again, hands trembling, a branch snapped behind me. Close, maybe 20 feet. I spun, flashlight cutting through the dark. Nothing, just trees, shadows layering on shadows. The forest held its breath around me, and I realized how utterly alone I was. No cell signal, no backup, just me and whatever was out there. Another sound, footsteps, deliberate. Hello, my voice cracked. A figure stepped into the light, holding my camera, camera 14. Red recording light blinking. But what I saw next would shatter everything I thought I understood about reality. The face, oh God, the face. It was mine, same scar on the left cheek, same jacket, same exhausted eyes. He looked. Hollow, wrong. The air around him smelled like smoke and ash, thick and acrid. He raised the camera, aimed it at me. His lips moved, voice a rasp I felt in my bones. You're already dead. I watched it happen. My mind raced back to when it started, 6 nights ago. The notification chimed at 2:13 in the morning. Camera 14 uploading motion-detected images. I'd rolled over in bed, Vanessa warm beside me, and ignored it. Standard protocol. Wildlife moved at night. By dawn, I'd pulled the files over burnt coffee at my kitchen table. The mug's heat bled into my palms as I opened the first image. A figure, standing at the ravine's edge, 70 yards from the camera. Hiker, I told myself, lost, but the timestamp read 3:17 in the morning. No headlamp, no visible gear. The next night, another upload, same figure, 50 yards now, closer, third night. 30 yards, the resolution sharpened. I could make out a jacket, dark. Familiar cut, fourth night, 20 yards, I zoomed in. My hand trembled against the trackpad. The figure wore my jacket, the navy one with the torn pocket from last season. Same build, same stance. But what I saw on the fifth night changed everything. 15 yards from camera 14, close enough for facial features. I enlarged the image until pixels fractured across my screen. The scar on the left cheek, the exact angle of the jaw, the hollow eyes staring directly at the lens. It was me, same clothing, same everything, down to the boots I'd worn that very day. My breath caught. Cold sweat prickled down my spine. I scrolled to the sixth upload, received just hours before I'd driven out to check the site. The image stopped my heart, not the forest, not the ravine. My living room, door open. Someone entering. Timestamp 6 days ahead. October 21st, 9:47 at night. The exact time I always came home. And that's when I understood. Whatever was hunting me knew my schedule better than I did. I drove, gravel pinging against the undercarriage, headlights cutting through pine shadows that swallowed the road behind me. My hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. Camera 14 was 90 minutes into the forest, and I had to retrieve it, had to see what was real. The trailhead appeared at 4:37. I grabbed my pack and flashlight, locked the truck. The forest swallowed sound here. No wind, no animals, just the crunch of my boots on frozen needles. Every 20 steps I'd stop. Listen. Nothing followed, but the silence felt. Occupied, can you understand that? When emptiness has weight. 40 minutes in, my breath came shallow. The cold bit through my jacket, tasting of metal and old smoke. Wrong for October. Wrong for this forest I'd walked 100 times. But what I found at the ravine would make everything else irrelevant. The mount was empty. Camera 14 gone. Just the aluminum bracket bolted to the pine, security cables dangling like severed nerves. I ran my fingers over the cut ends. Fresh. Someone used bolt cutters today. Then I saw the note. White paper zip-tied to the trunk at eye level. My own handwriting. I'd know those loops anywhere the way I slashed my capital I's. My hands trembled as I tore it free. The words burned into my skull. I'm you from 6 days ahead. Don't go home, something's waiting. I went home, I didn't make it. My chest tightened, 6 days ahead. The timeline matched, the uploads, the progression, that final image of my living room door. What would you do? Would you believe it? I read it again. The paper smelled like ash. What I didn't know yet was that the warning had already failed. My phone buzzed in my pocket. The screen lit up. New upload received. Camera 14. Timestamp. Oh God, timestamp. 6 minutes from now. I didn't look up from my phone. That saved me. The air shifted behind me. A rush of movement, and I threw myself sideways as hands. My hands, the same calloused fingers, grabbed for my throat. I hit the ground hard. Pine needles bit into my palms. The figure crashed down on top of me and the smell hit me like a fist. Smoke. Ash. Wrong, he was me. Exact weight. Exact reach. We grappled in the dirt, silent except for our breathing, identical rhythms fighting against each other. His grip on my wrist was the same strength I'd used 1,000 times tightening bolts on camera mounts. I knew how hard he'd squeeze before my bones gave. He knew I'd twist left to break free. So I twisted right. His fingers slipped. I rolled, kicked his knee, felt it buckle the way mine would, got to my feet, ran. The ravine opened before me, steep and black between the trees. I didn't think, just moved. Branches whipped my face. Roots tried to trip me. Behind me, footsteps. Identical boots hitting the same stones at the same speed. Running won't change it. His voice tore through the forest. My voice, hoarse and desperate. I already lived this. But what he shouted next made my blood freeze. I crashed through underbrush, lungs screaming. The trail. Where was the trail? Darkness pressed in from all sides. Every tree looked the same. I'd hiked this route 12 times, but panic scrambled my memory. Left or right? Which way led back to there? The orange trail marker. I burst onto the path and saw my truck 50 yards ahead, pale paint gleaming in the moonlight. Keys already in my hand. When had I grabbed them? I didn't remember, didn't care. The door, the ignition, engine roaring to life. I threw it in reverse, tires spitting gravel. Spun the wheel, shifted to drive. The truck lurched forward down the fire road, and only then did I look back. He stood in the middle of the road, motionless. Camera 14 raised to his face, red light blinking, photographing me. What would you do? Would you floor it and never look back? Or would you already know, deep in your bones, that the shutter sound echoing through the pines was the sound of fate closing around you? I drove faster. The figure shrank in my rearview mirror but never moved. Just stood there, watching, recording. My hands shook on the wheel. I could still smell the ash on my clothes where we'd touched. A smell that shouldn't exist yet, a smell from 6 days ahead when something burned. The road twisted through the forest. I took the turns too fast, branches scraping the truck's sides. But no matter how many miles I put between us, I couldn't shake the certainty settling into my chest like ice water. He'd let me go. He'd already known I would run. He'd watched himself do it 6 days ago, and he'd photographed my escape anyway. Because whatever came next required documentation. The camera always captured what mattered. My phone lay on the passenger seat, screen dark. I didn't want to check it. Didn't want to see if camera 14 had uploaded again. Something new, something further ahead in the timeline. But my eyes kept drifting to it, waiting for the notification light to pulse. What would the next photo show? I was 20 minutes from the ranger station when my phone finally buzzed. The screen lit up. One new upload. Camera 14. Timestamp. 72 hours from now. And the preview image that flashed across my screen made me swerve hard enough to nearly leave the road. The ranger station's lights burned yellow through the trees. I yanked the wheel right, tires spitting gravel as I skidded into the empty lot. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The phone sat in the cup holder, screen dark now, but I'd seen the preview image, just a glimpse before I'd swerved. Enough. Enough to know it was getting worse. I stumbled through the door. Hank looked up from his desk, coffee mug halfway to his lips. The station smelled like burnt grounds and pine cleaner. And something else. Something faint, like ash carried on wind that shouldn't be blowing indoors. Breslin, he set the mug down, you look like hell. Camera 14. My voice came out raw. There's someone in the forest. He looks exactly like me. He had the camera, he knew. Whoa. Slow down. I'm not crazy. Was I? The uploads, 6 nights of photos. The figure approaching is me, Hank. Same clothes, same scar. And the last photo shows my house 6 days ahead and trail cam malfunction. Hank leaned back in his chair and it creaked in a way that felt wrong, delayed, like the sound arrived a heartbeat after the movement. Happens all the time. Lens flare creates doubles or some pranksters messing with you. This isn't a prank. Then what is it? His eyes held no belief, only pity. You've been out there alone too long. Vanessa's been saying, don't. I cut him off. Just don't. But what could I say that wouldn't sound insane? What would you do if your supervisor looked at you like you'd already lost your mind? My phone buzzed. New upload received. I pulled it from my pocket. The screen felt ice cold against my palm, colder than it should have been. Hank was talking, something about mandatory psych evals and taking time off, but his words dissolved into static as I opened the file. The timestamp read 72 hours ahead. The photo showed this room, this exact office, empty. Hank's radio on the desk, microphone cord dangling, papers scattered across the floor, and on the tile beside the filing cabinet, a dark pool that could only be blood. I looked up. Hank was still sitting there, coffee mug raised again, alive and annoyed and completely unaware. The camera knew what was coming. It had already seen it happen, and I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. But the next upload would arrive even sooner than I thought. I dialed Vanessa the moment I hit the gravel road. My phone pressed cold against my ear, hands shaking so badly the truck swerved twice before I steadied the wheel. One ring, two, three. Come on, I whispered. Please, voicemail. Her voice bright and professional. I hung up, tried again. Same result. My chest tightened. She always answered, always. Even during shifts, she'd text back within minutes. I drove past the ranger station turnoff, heading toward our house instead. The headlights carved tunnels through darkness, trees blurring into black walls on either side. What would you do if someone showed you proof that the people you loved were already gone? Would you go home anyway? I parked a quarter-mile out and killed the engine. The walk through the tree line felt endless, every snap of a twig beneath my boots too loud, too exposed. Our house emerged through the pines, a warm glow against the night, lights on in the living room. Kitchen too. Movement flickered past the window, a shadow crossing from left to right. Someone was home. I crouched at the edge of the clearing, pulse hammering in my throat. The television played through the glass, canned laughter from some sitcom Vanessa never watched. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter, keys beside it. Everything looked normal, except she wasn't visible. Nowhere. But what I saw next made my blood turn to ice. I crept closer, feet silent on damp grass. The front door hung open, just an inch, just enough. Cold air drifted out, carrying something with it, a smell that didn't belong, smoke, ash, the acrid tang of something burned, not wood, not food, flesh. The scent coated my tongue thick and wrong, and I knew Vanessa wasn't just missing. Whatever had happened in that ranger station, photo 3 days from now had already started here. Tonight. I pushed the door wider, metal grip cold against my palm. The smell hit harder inside, ash and copper and something chemical like melted plastic. The television still played, canned laughter echoing through the silence. The living room was wrong. Our floor lamp lay shattered near the couch, glass shards glinting under the overhead light. The armchair we'd bought last spring, overturned, one leg snapped clean off. Dark droplets trailed across the hardwood. Blood. Small spatters at first, then larger, leading toward the hallway. Vanessa, my voice died in the stale air. I followed the trail. Each step the floorboards creaked beneath me. The sound felt obscene in the quiet. Can you imagine it? Walking through your own home, hunting for your wife's body. The blood led to our bedroom door and stopped. I shoved it open. Empty bed. Sheets pulled back like she'd just risen. Her phone on the nightstand, screen dark. Closet door hanging open. Nothing. No one. But what I found when I returned to the living room made my skin go cold. Camera 14 sat on the coffee table, right there, in the center. Lens aimed directly at the front door. The red recording light blinked steadily, patient, mechanical, still capturing, still watching. I hadn't brought it inside. I hadn't even found it in the forest. My hands shook as I lifted it. Heavy, real. The viewfinder display glowed faintly in the dim room. I pressed the review button. 168 photos captured. The number pulsed on the tiny screen. Tonight's images, all of them, time-stamped in sequence, starting hours ago, when I was still at the ranger station, when someone else was here, when Vanessa was still home. I stared at the blinking cursor. Review. My thumb trembled against the smooth plastic as I pressed review. The viewfinder glowed green. The first photo loaded. Timestamp 8:43 tonight. The front door. Opening, I scrolled forward. A figure stepping inside. Dark jacket. Jeans, work boots. The same ones I was wearing. The camera had been positioned on the coffee table, lens aimed at the entryway. Motion triggered. Each photo captured in 2-second intervals. Photo 12. The figure turning, face visible now. My face. Can you imagine staring at yourself committing a crime you don't remember? I couldn't breathe, couldn't blink, but I kept scrolling because I had to know. Photo 18. Vanessa appearing in the kitchen doorway, phone in hand. Her mouth open, calling out. Photo 20. The figure, me crossing the living room toward her. Photo 22. Empty frame. They'd moved out of view. The next 6 photos showed nothing. Just the overturned lamp casting shadows across hardwood. Then, photo 29 captured movement again. But what I saw in the following images would crack my understanding of reality itself. Photo 30. My doppelganger walking back into frame. Calm, expression blank. He moved like someone completing a checklist. He approached the coffee table, reached toward the camera, adjusted the angle slightly. Photo 31, his hand withdrawing. Photo 32 through 167, a nightmare slideshow. Me carrying the camera outside. Close-up of my truck's interior, dashboard clock visible. Forest road, darkness between trees. The ravine, finally. The empty mount where camera 14 had been zip-tied, where I'd found the note. The metallic smell of blood still hung in the air around me. I lowered the camera. I hadn't driven to the ranger station tonight to avoid coming home. I'd already been here, and whatever I'd done to Vanessa, I was about to do it again. I smashed camera 14 against the coffee table edge. The plastic housing cracked, split. The lens shattered, tiny glass fragments scattering across hardwood. I pried open the battery compartment, ripped out the SD card, and held my lighter beneath it. The acrid stench of melting plastic filled my nostrils, sharp and chemical. The card curled, blackened, dripped onto the floor. There. Done. I called 911. My wife is missing. There's blood, please. They arrived within 40 minutes. Two officers. The younger one swept his flashlight across the living room while his partner questioned me. You said there was blood, Mr. Breslin. I pointed to the bedroom threshold. Nothing there, the carpet clean. Vacuum lines still visible. It was right there. The older officer exchanged a glance with his partner. And your wife's name? Vanessa. Vanessa Breslin. She's a nurse at St. Mary's. She wouldn't just, sir. He tapped his notepad. Our records show she checked into a hotel in Portland yesterday afternoon. Left a note on your kitchen counter. What note? What would you do if everyone insisted you were wrong about your own life? But what I discovered 3 days later made the missing blood seem trivial. I checked the counter. There it was. Vanessa's handwriting. Needs some space. Don't call. I didn't remember seeing it. Days blurred after that. I'd find myself standing in rooms with no memory of entering. Meals half eaten. My phone showing calls I didn't recall making. Then I woke in my truck, engine running, headlights cutting through dawn mist. The forest road stretched ahead, familiar and wrong. I looked down. Camera 14 sat intact in the passenger seat, red light blinking, and the SD card, unmelted, unmarked, was slotted firmly inside. I woke with dawn light slicing through the pines, camera 14 heavy in my lap. The ravine stretched below me. Steep, familiar, wrong. My hands were coated in ash. The smell, smoke, and something chemical, burnt plastic, clung to my jacket like a second skin. I had no memory of driving here. 6 days. That's how long the loop had said. 6 days between the photo and the event. I tried to count backward, but the hours had blurred together like wet ink. Meals I didn't remember eating. Conversations I couldn't recall. Vanessa's voice on the phone, distant, pleading, then nothing. The camera's red light blinked, still recording, through the trees, movement. A figure hiking uphill toward the empty mount where camera 14 should have been. Same navy jacket, same deliberate gait, same scar catching the early light. Me, 6 days ago. Can you imagine watching yourself walk toward your own destruction? I wanted to scream, to warn him, to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The loop had its own gravity now, pulling me forward like current dragging a drowning man deeper. I watched my past self reach the tree. Confusion flickered across his face, my face. He found the note zip-tied to the bark. Read it. His hands trembled, but what happened next wasn't a choice anymore. I stepped from the shadows, camera 14 raised. His head snapped toward me. Recognition. Horror. The exact expression I'd worn 6 days ago. Or was it 6 days from now? Time had lost meaning. I opened my mouth. The words came automatically as if I'd rehearsed them 1,000 times before. "You're already dead," I whispered. "I watched it happen." His eyes widened. He stumbled backward. Therefore, I lunged forward, not because I wanted to, but because I already had. The loop closed around us both like a fist. I was the doppelganger now, the warning, the inevitable. And somewhere, 6 days ahead, another version of me was waking up, beginning again. The camera feed shows nothing but concrete and shadow. 2:21 a.m. My coffee's gone cold in the cup, ceramic rough against my palm. The office hums with fluorescent persistence. That low electric drone that fills every silence at Pinewood Self-Storage. I've been staring at monitor 3 for the past hour. Unit 89. Same gray walls. Same stack of cardboard boxes in the corner. Same empty 10 by 10 space that shouldn't make my chest tight. The motion alarm has triggered every night for a month now, always at 2:22. Sharon says it's faulty wiring, tells me to ignore it, but here I am, watching, waiting. The burnt coffee smell stings my nostrils. I lean closer to the screen. 2:22. The overhead light in Unit 89 flickers, once, twice, then floods the space with harsh white glare. My breath stops. A figure steps out from the back corner, not from a door. The concrete wall behind him is solid. I can see it clearly on the feed. He just emerges, like he'd been standing there in two-dimensional space, wearing my jacket, the brown canvas one with the torn left pocket. My boots, steel-toed, scuffed at the heel. He's holding my flashlight, the heavy mag light I keep on my belt. I glance down. It's still there, clipped to my hip, cold and real under my fingertips. But what happened next made my stomach drop. The figure walks toward the camera. Slow, deliberate, boots scraping concrete with each step. I can almost hear it through the silent feed. He stops directly beneath the lens, tilts his head up, and stares, not at the camera, at me. His face fills the monitor, every detail sharp, every feature familiar, because I'm looking at myself. My hand fumbles for the phone. It rings once before I realize. Who exactly am I planning to call? I didn't call anyone. Instead, I pulled up the archive. My hands were shaking as I clicked through folders, each labeled by date. The mouse felt slick under my palm, sweat, I realized. The office smelled like stale air and old coffee. I started with last week, Wednesday, 2:22 a.m. The timestamp flickered on screen, and there he was, walking from the back corner, wearing my jacket. Tuesday, same thing. Monday, the week before, every single night. The pattern stretched back and back and back. What would you do? Keep watching, or stop before you found something worse? I kept watching. 30 nights of footage, 30 identical appearances at 2:22 a.m. exactly. The figure always emerged from solid concrete, always wore my clothes, always walked to the camera, always stared. But what I discovered in the rental database made my chest tighten in a way the footage hadn't. I pulled up Unit 89's account details. The screen loaded slowly, pixels assembling like they were reluctant to show me the truth. Tenant name, blank. Contact information, blank. Emergency contact, blank. Autopay active. I clicked the payment history. The entries scrolled down. Down 3 months, 6 months, a year. Oh, 3 years, 3 years of automated monthly payments. No missed months, no contact. No visits logged in our access records. Not one. I grabbed the phone, dialed Sharon's emergency line. It rang 4 times before her voicemail picked up, that clipped, dismissive tone even in her greeting. I tried her cell. Straight to voicemail. I tried the regional office number. The line was dead. I went to the filing cabinet, pulled the drawer marked lease agreements. My fingers walked through the tabs. Unit 87, Unit 88, Unit 90. No Unit 89. The folder didn't exist. Sharon had told me she'd check the records, but there were no records to check. There never had been. And that's when I understood someone had erased every trace of whoever rented that unit. Or something was making sure I could never find out who they were. I stood outside Unit 89 at 2:18 a.m., master key cold against my palm. The erased records meant someone wanted this tenant invisible. Therefore, I had to see what they were hiding. The lock clicked open. The door swung inward on silent hinges. I stepped inside and the smell hit me first, cardboard and concrete dust, but underneath something else. Stale air that hadn't circulated in years. My flashlight beam swept across the space. Cardboard boxes lined both side walls, stacked 3 high, their surfaces filmed with dust thick enough to write in. 10 by 10. That's all it was. I moved toward the back wall, boots scuffing against concrete. The beam traveled across the surface. Solid. No seams, no door frame, no hinges. Just cold gray concrete that had been poured decades ago. I pressed my palm flat against it. The chill bit into my skin immediately. Deeper cold than it should be. Wrong cold. Can you imagine standing in a locked box, knowing someone identical to you walks out of that solid wall every night? I checked my watch. 2:21. 1 minute. The boxes closest to me had no labels, no markings. I ran my finger across the nearest one, leaving a trail through the dust. Underneath, the cardboard looked new, fresh, but the dust suggested years of abandonment. My chest tightened. Something here didn't. The overhead light blazed on. I hadn't touched the switch. 2:22 a.m. exactly. The fluorescent tube hummed above me, harsh white light flooding every corner. My shadow stretched long across the floor. I spun toward the door, and that's when I heard them. Footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, boot heels on concrete. I whipped around, flashlight raised like a weapon. The back wall stared back. Empty. Solid, the footsteps continued, closer. My breathing caught in my throat. I could hear the leather creak with each step, the exact sound my boots made, but I saw nothing, no one. The steps stopped, right behind me. But what I felt on the back of my neck would make me question everything I knew about that concrete wall. The footsteps stopped. I didn't move, couldn't move. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water at depth. Heavy, wrong. My breath came in short pulls, too loud in the concrete box. Nothing stood behind me, I knew that. I'd seen the empty space when I spun around. But the presence remained, a weight in the air, the feeling of being watched by something that occupied the same space I did. The cold hit next, not gradual, instant. My skin prickled, arms breaking out in goose flesh beneath my jacket. Each exhale turned to white fog, curling in the fluorescent glare. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in seconds. I could smell it now. That mineral scent of deep earth, of places that never see sunlight. Movement caught my eye. On the nearest cardboard box, ink appeared, fresh, black, bleeding through the brown surface in slow, deliberate strokes. Letters forming one by one, as if an invisible hand pressed a marker to the cardboard. My heart slammed against my ribs. I stepped closer, watching the words materialize. You've been living in Unit 89 for 3 years. The handwriting was neat, careful, familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. You're not the guard, you're the tenant. More words bled through, darker now, faster. Check the employee records. But what I would find there would shatter everything I thought I knew about myself. My breath fogged thicker. The cold burrowed into my bones. Behind me, the metal door whispered shut, a soft click that sounded like a confession. Then the lock. One clean metallic snap. I turned. The door was sealed, and something in the corner began to move. I didn't wait for whatever moved in that corner. I slammed into the door, shoulder first. The metal shrieked against the frame, but the lock held. My breath came in short bursts, fogging the air in front of me, fog that hung there too long, refusing to dissipate. I hit it again, again. The sound echoed through the concrete box, and beneath it I heard something else. Footsteps shuffling closer behind me. The lock gave. I stumbled into the hallway, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. A half-second delay between the sound and the flicker, like the building itself was out of sync. My boots pounded against the concrete floor as I ran. Every corner I turned looked identical. Every hallway empty. Can you imagine that kind of silence? The kind that presses against your eardrums like water. But what I found in the office would make the silence seem merciful. The filing cabinet sat against the back wall, same as always. My hands shook as I yanked open the employee drawer. Cross, Ethan. The folder was thin. I flipped it open on the desk under the flickering monitor light. Hire date, October 5th, 3 years ago. The same date stamped on Unit 89's rental agreement. My stomach dropped. I turned the page, and there it was. The previous night guard's employee photo, paperclip to the top. My face, my exact face. But the name underneath, Nathan Pierce. I grabbed the rental agreement from the second drawer. The signature at the bottom was unmistakable. Those loops, that slant, my handwriting, I'd signed it 3 years ago. The monitor behind me flickered. All 12 camera feeds blinked to black simultaneously. Then one by one they came back on. And that's when I saw what was waiting in the other units. The monitors flickered back to life, and Unit 34's alarm screamed. The sound tore through the silence, high and piercing, the kind that makes your teeth ache. I spun toward the wall of screens, fingers already reaching for the feed controls, and froze. On camera 34, a figure stood motionless in the center of the frame, wearing my jacket, my boots. Standing the way I stand when I'm thinking, weight shifted to the left, hands loose at my sides. The overhead light carved shadows across a face I'd seen in the mirror every morning for as long as I could remember. My face. The alarm from Unit 57 joined the chorus before I could breathe. Then Unit 112. The shrill electronic wail layered into something that felt like screaming, like the building itself was trying to warn me. I punched up the feeds with shaking hands. Unit 57, another me, this one closer to the camera, staring directly at the lens with eyes that didn't blink. Unit 112, standing in profile perfectly still like a photograph come to life. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Not in a mirror, not in a reflection, but standing separate, breathing in spaces you've never been, watching you through glass and wire. What I saw next changed everything. All three versions turned their heads at exactly the same moment, synchronized, deliberate, all facing their cameras, all staring at me. The office phone started ringing. The sound cut through the alarms, old and mechanical, the kind of ring that demands answering. My hand moved before my mind could catch up, lifting the receiver to my ear. Static hissed across the line, and then my own voice whispered through it. "Stop running. You know where you belong." The line went dead. But what I heard in the static afterward made my blood freeze. The static faded. I stood frozen at the desk, receiver trembling in my hand. Then, the memories came, two versions, both mine, both real. I remembered my first night as a guard, Sharon showing me the office, explaining the routes, handing me the keys. October 5th, 3 years ago. But I also remembered arriving as a tenant that same night, unloading cardboard boxes from my truck, stacking them in Unit 89, the overhead light humming, never leaving, my chest tightened. Can you imagine holding two lifetimes in your skull at once? I pressed my palms against the desk. Cold metal, real, but which version of me was touching it? The guard memory showed me walking these hallways every night, checking locks, reviewing footage. Years of routine. The tenant memory showed me sitting in the dark between those boxes, listening to footsteps outside, waiting for someone to find me. Years of silence. Both felt true. My pulse hammered in my ears. I needed something. Proof, evidence that I wasn't fracturing completely. The desk drawer. I'd opened it 1,000 times, or had I? The metal scraped as I pulled, sharp, tooth-aching sound. Inside, beneath old pens and a broken flashlight, lay a leather journal. Dust rose from its cover, old paper smell, the kind that clings to your throat. I didn't remember putting it there, but I recognized the handwriting before I even opened it. Mine. The first entry was dated 3 years ago, October 5th, the night I started. Everything I read, night 1. Unit 89 triggered again at 2:22. Checked the feed, saw myself inside. This is the 4th year I've watched him. Tomorrow I go back in. Someone else takes the desk. My hands went numb. 4th year. But what the journal revealed on the next page made my blood turn to ice. I yanked the facility blueprints from the filing cabinet, my fingers trembling as I unrolled the yellowed paper across the desk. The smell of old ink and dust filled my nostrils, but something was wrong. I traced the hallway grid with my fingertip. Units 76, 83, 91. The numbers jumped. No Unit 89, it didn't exist on the map. My pulse hammered in my ears. I'd walked into that unit, touched its walls, breathed its stale air. How could it not? I had to see for myself. The hallway fluorescence buzzed overhead as I rushed toward the west corridor, my boots echoing on concrete. Left at the junction. Past Unit 76. The rhythm of my breathing matched my footsteps, faster, faster. But when I reached the end of the hall, I stood facing Unit 89's door. I turned around, retraced my steps, took a different route. Right this time, then straight through the North Passage. Unit 89, can you imagine every path, every turn leading back to the same door? I tried again and again. The building's geometry folded in on itself like a paper loop, impossible angles connecting hallways that shouldn't meet. But what I saw in the window reflection stopped me cold. The glass showed me standing there, wearing my gray jacket, except I was wearing my blue shirt. I stepped closer, breath fogging the cold surface, and watched the reflection move differently. It turned its head before I did, raised its hand while mine stayed at my side. I spun around. The hallway behind me was empty, except for another window, another reflection, this one in my uniform from 3 years ago. I looked left, right. Every window, every glass surface showed a different version of me, standing in positions I wasn't standing in, wearing clothes I'd forgotten I owned. And that's when I understood the building wasn't looping. I was existing in all the loops simultaneously. I ran. Gravel sprayed beneath my boots as I tore across the parking lot toward my truck, keys already in my hand, trembling fingers. The door handle was cold, so cold it burned, but I yanked it open and threw myself inside. Engine, turn the key. Go. The headlights carved 2 tunnels through the darkness, illuminating the woods at the lot's edge. I slammed the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spitting stones against the undercarriage in a metallic hail. The tree line rushed toward me and stayed exactly where it was. I pressed harder. The speedometer climbed 20, 30, 40, but the woods remained frozen in the same position like a photograph held just out of reach. My heart hammered against my ribs as I glanced at the GPS mounted on the dash. zero point 0.0 miles per hour. The coordinates hadn't changed. What would you do if the world stopped moving around you but you kept going? I spun the wheel. The truck fishtailed, pivoted. I aimed back toward the access road, but the gravel stretched endlessly in every direction now, a gray ocean that rippled and reformed. 5 parking spaces. That's all there should be. Instead, the lot had become something vast and impossible, swallowing distance itself. But what I hadn't realized yet was that distance wasn't the problem. The clock on the dash blinked. 1:59 a.m., 210, 221, 222. The truck vanished. I was sitting at my desk. The office. The monitor wall glowed in front of me, security feeds flickering across 12 screens. My coffee sat exactly where I'd left it, still warm, the steam curling upward in lazy spirals that smelled like burnt grounds and rust. On screen 4, Unit 89, I stared. A figure sat at a metal desk inside the unit facing a monitor. He wore my jacket, my posture. His hand hovered over a coffee cup. He was watching me. What happened next made my blood freeze. We both turned. Simultaneously. The exact same motion. The exact same angle. 2 bodies moving as one across the distance between us. His eyes met mine through 2 layers of camera feed. Him watching me watching him. And in that moment of perfect synchronization, I heard it. Click the lock on the office door. The lock on Unit 89's door, both turning. At exactly 2:22 a.m., the lights went out, complete, total, the kind of darkness that pressed against my eyes like cold water. I heard breathing. Close, too close. We never leave Unit 89. My voice, not an echo, not a recording, my voice, speaking from the space beside me. We just take turns. The air temperature dropped so fast my lungs burned. I felt the words more than heard them, vibrating through the desk surface under my palms. Tonight you go back inside. I wanted to run. My legs wouldn't move, couldn't move, because somewhere deep in the fog of my fractured memory I knew I'd already said these exact words before. The monitor flickered back to life, a pale blue glow casting the only light in the office. My hands looked gray in its wash. Dead hands. On the screen, Unit 89's door stood open, and I watched myself walk toward it. Not the me sitting frozen at this desk, but another me, wearing my jacket, my boots, moving with my gait. He stepped over the threshold without hesitation, without looking back. The door closed behind him with a soft metallic click that echoed through the speakers. The lock turned. But what happened next made my blood turn to ice. Because on a different monitor, the one showing the security office, I saw the chair I was sitting in. Empty, just an empty chair slowly rotating as if someone had just stood up. Then I heard footsteps behind me, my own footsteps, walking away. The office door opened, closed. I sat at the desk. My hand reached for the cold coffee cup. The monitors glowed steady. Unit 89 showed a figure standing motionless inside, staring at the camera. At 2:22 a.m. tomorrow night, the alarm would trigger again, and I would watch myself walk into Unit 89. Because we never leave. We just take turns guarding each other. The cockpit door won't open. My shoulder slams against it. Once, twice. The latch is cold under my palm, but it doesn't budge. Outside the windshield, the propeller spins. A gray blur cutting the air with that low, churning roar you feel in your teeth. The plane is moving. Concrete slides beneath the wheels. I didn't turn the key. I didn't touch anything. But the Cessna taxis forward like something's dragging it, smooth and inevitable, toward the sealed hangar door at the far end. The radio crackles. Cessna November 7734, cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional, but there's something wrong with the cadence, like someone reading lines they've memorized but never understood. I yank the yoke back. Nothing. The throttle won't move. My hands are shaking now and I can smell it. That sharp bite of aviation fuel too strong, like it's seeping through the vents. Can you imagine that? Trapped in a cockpit that's moving without you. Then I see him, standing on the hangar floor 30 feet ahead. A man in a security uniform. My uniform, same boots, same tired posture. He's watching the plane approach, watching me. And his face, oh God, it's my face. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Just stands there as the Cessna rolls toward him, propeller screaming now, and I'm shouting, but the sound dies in my throat because the hangar door. The massive steel door I've checked every night for months. It's gone. Just open sky, black and endless, and the plane keeps accelerating. But that's not where this started. 4 weeks earlier, none of this had started yet. My boots echoed across the hangar floor, steady, rhythmic, the same route I'd walked for 8 months. Chandler Regional at midnight was a graveyard for mothballed aircraft. Rows of them. Silent hulks under fluorescent lights that hummed like wasps trapped in glass. I checked my clipboard, tail numbers, registration dates, all accounted for, and then I saw it, Base 7. A Cessna I'd never logged before, single engine, white fuselage with a faded red stripe. The tail number caught the light, N-7734. I stopped, listened. The hangar was empty, it always was, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not the usual dust and stale hydraulic fluid. This was sharper, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I approached slowly, touched the wing. Cold, real, solid metal beneath my palm. The landing gear sat flush on the concrete. No blocks, no chocks, as if someone had just parked it there. I radioed Alice Drucker, my supervisor. She answered on the fourth ring, voice thick with sleep. "There's a plane in Bay 7, I said. "Not in my log." "Cessna N-7734. Silence. Then a sigh. "Grant, we've talked about this. I'm looking at it right now. That registration crashed in 2017. Total loss." Her tone flattened. Professional, dismissive. "You need to take your medication." "Alice, I'm standing next to, documented in your report. We'll discuss this tomorrow." The line went dead. I turned back to the Cessna. My hand still rested on the wing. The metal was cold, but when I leaned closer to the engine cowling, I swear I felt warmth rising from beneath. I spent the next 48 hours searching. The laptop screen burned my eyes at 3 in the morning. I typed November 7734 into every aviation database I could access. The NTSB report loaded slow. Pixel by pixel, there it was. Cessna 172, registration N7734, total hull loss. August 9th, 2017. No survivors. The room smelled like stale coffee and sweat. I read the report 3 times. 4. Pilot error. Controlled flight into terrain. Aircraft destroyed on impact. But I'd touched that plane 6 hours ago. Cold rivets. Real rubber tires. The front door slammed. I flinched. "You're still up." Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway, her duffel bag already packed. She wasn't asking. "I need to figure this out." "You need help, Grant." Her voice cracked, not with anger but exhaustion. "You've been obsessing over a plane that doesn't exist." "It does exist. I've seen it. I've touched it, measured it. I know." She zipped the bag. The sound cut through me like a blade. "Alice was right. You're not. You're not okay." I wanted to explain, to make her understand. Instead, I watched her walk to the door. "Sarah," she paused, didn't turn around. "I can't watch you disappear again," she whispered. The door clicked shut. The apartment went silent except for the laptop's hum. I returned to the hangar records, personnel files, looking for anyone who might have seen what I'd seen. The previous night guard's folder sat thin in the cabinet, almost empty. Thomas Vega, employed 14 months, resigned abruptly last March. No exit interview, no forwarding address, just a single note in Alice's handwriting, refused to discuss reasons for departure. The ink smelled faintly of kerosene. I returned to the hangar at midnight. The Cessna waited in the same bay, silent under the fluorescent hum. I stood 10 feet away, flashlight trembling in my grip, and listened to my own breathing echo off concrete. The air smelled of dust and old hydraulic fluid, and something else, avgas, sharp and chemical, but the plane hadn't moved in days. I'd spent 7 years avoiding cockpits. After the 2017 incident, my trainee flight, my frozen hands on the yoke, the instructor screaming my name, I swore I'd never sit in one again. The guilt had carved a trench through my life deep enough to drown in. But this plane shouldn't exist. I approached slowly, boots scraping the floor too loud. The metal skin gleamed dull silver in my flashlight beam. I pressed my palm against the fuselage. Cold, then not. A faint warmth radiated through the aluminum like a body under a sheet. My hand jerked back. The cockpit door hung open. An invitation. What would you do? Walk away and let the mystery fester? Or climb inside and confront what shouldn't be real? I grabbed the door frame and pulled myself up. The seat leather creaked under my weight. The smell hit me immediately. Stale air, old vinyl, and beneath it something metallic. Copper. My chest tightened. The instrument panel stretched before me, gauges dark but intact. Then I saw the coordinates. They glowed faintly on the GPS unit already programmed. 33 degrees north, 111 west. I knew those numbers. Rural Arizona, middle of nowhere. The fuel gauge needle sat pinned at full. Impossible. Alice said this plane had been decommissioned. I reached forward and touched the engine cowling through the open window. Warm, not hot. Not cold. Warm, like it had been running an hour ago. My pulse hammered in my ears. I twisted in the seat, scanning the cockpit for, I don't know what, proof, explanation, anything. My flashlight beam swept across the co-pilot seat and stopped. A logbook, lying open, pages crisp and white. I lifted it with both hands, angling it toward the light. The handwriting was small, precise, slanted right. Dated entries filled the columns, departure times, destinations, flight hours. Standard pilot documentation. But the date at the top of the open page made my throat close. Tomorrow. Departure time, 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. I flipped back a page, another entry, same handwriting, same impossible future date, then another, and another, all my handwriting. The same cramped letters I'd used to fill out shift logs for 3 months. The same loop on the capital G in my signature, but I had never touched this book. I read the entry again, whispering the words aloud to make them real. Departure 6:47 a.m. Destination. Nowhere final approach. My hand was shaking. The same tremor I'd seen in the crash report. The pilot's medical file had noted it, essential tremor, stress-induced. I clenched my fist, but the shaking wouldn't stop. The hangar lights flickered once, twice. I looked up through the windscreen at the vast empty space beyond. The other mothballed aircraft sat in neat rows, silent and dead. But N7734 hummed, not with sound, with presence, with warmth, with waiting. The logbook entry stared up at me, ink dark and fresh. 6:47 a.m. tomorrow, and I had no idea what would happen when that moment arrived. I stayed away for 22 hours. The logbook entries haunted me through my apartment walls, my shift at the gas station, the 3 cups of coffee I couldn't finish, my handwriting, tomorrow's date, 6:47 a.m. So I returned. The hangar swallowed me at midnight, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects. N 7734 waited in the same position, propeller blades gleaming dull silver under the industrial glare. I checked my watch, 12:03 a.m., hours to go before the logbook's prophecy. I circled the Cessna twice, boots echoing on concrete. The fuselage still radiated warmth, unnatural like skin holding fever. I pressed my palm flat against the metal. My hand came away smelling of aviation fuel and something else, burnt copper maybe, or old pennies left in rain. The cockpit door hung open, inviting. I climbed inside, settled into the pilot seat. The coordinates still glowed on the nav screen, numbers I didn't recognize. The logbook lay exactly where I'd left it, still open to tomorrow's entry. My signature at the bottom, neat and careful. I would wait. I would see what 647 brought. The minutes crawled. My breath fogged in the cold cockpit air. Outside, the hangar stretched empty and vast, rows of mothballed planes sleeping under tarps. What would you do? Sitting in a ghost chair, watching your own handwriting predict the future. At 6:47 exactly, the engine coughed to life. No key turned. No ignition sequence. The propeller spun, slow at first, then faster, a whirring roar that filled my skull. The instrument panel blazed with light. Radio static crackled, sharp and insistent. Oh, no, 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 no. I lunged for the door, jammed. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and it gave way. I fell onto the concrete, scrambled backward on my palms. The Cessna hummed, alive and waiting. I ran, through the hangar, past silent aircraft, into the security office. I slammed the door, gasping, and grabbed the desk to steady myself. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. I stared, checked my watch. Same time, exactly the same. 7 hours, gone, erased like they'd never existed. My shift log lay open on the desk. I flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. There, 6:47 a.m., my signature, my handwriting, neat check marks beside every patrol zone. I had walked my rounds. I had signed my name. I had been here for 7 hours I couldn't remember. And somewhere in the hangar, the Cessna's engine ticked as it cooled, waiting for tomorrow night, when the logbook said I'd do it all again. I spent the next day hunting ghosts in databases. My apartment smelled like burnt coffee and panic. 3 monitors glowed blue on the kitchen counter. I'd called in sick. Alice didn't even sound surprised. And now I sat clicking through federal aviation records, fingers trembling on the mouse. The crash file loaded slowly. Cessna N7734, total loss. October 3rd, 2017, single fatality, but the pilot's name, redacted. Black bars covered every identifying field. Date of birth, redacted. License number, redacted. Next of kin, redacted. Even the autopsy findings were stripped clean, just a clinical note about blunt force trauma and a timestamp. What would you do? Keep digging or walk away before the hole swallows you? I kept digging. The archived news sites gave me more. Local coverage of the crash, grainy photos uploaded 8 years ago. I clicked the first thumbnail. The wreckage spread across desert hardpan, crumpled aluminum catching Arizona sun. Yellow tarps, a body bag zipped and waiting, and there, in the background, a figure, security uniform, dark blue, same cut as mine, standing beside a perimeter barricade, arms crossed. The photographer must have used a cheap camera because the face was blurred, motion smudged into obscurity. But the posture, oh God, the posture was mine. The way I stand when I'm cold. Left shoulder slightly higher. Weight shifted to the right leg. I printed the photo with shaking hands, held it under my desk lamp, stared at the blurred face until my vision doubled. That uniform hadn't existed in 2017. Our company didn't contract Chandler Regional until 2019. So how had I been there, watching myself crash? I couldn't stay away. The photo burned behind my eyes for 2 days, but Thursday night I clocked in like always and walked straight to N7734. The hangar lights buzzed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the concrete. My boots echoed in the emptiness. The Cessna sat where it always did, waiting. I climbed the wing step. The metal was cold under my palm, leaching warmth from my skin even through my glove. The cockpit door hung open. Inside, the logbook lay on the co-pilot seat, thicker than before. I grabbed it and the leather felt wrong, worn in places my hands had never touched. I flipped it open, page after page, my handwriting. Every single entry dated in the future. December 22nd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere, final approach. December 23rd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere, final approach. December 24th. December 25th. December 26th. The ink was fresh. I could smell it. That sharp chemical bite mixing with the stale air and old aviation fuel. My chest tightened. Each entry identical. Same time, same destination. Same loops of my own cursive that I hadn't written. Then I reached the last page. December 30th. 1 week from today. The entry was half finished, the pen stroke trailing off mid-word as if whoever wrote it, as if I had been interrupted. Would you keep reading? Knowing every page pulls you closer to something you can't escape. I turned back to the first future entry. My hand shook as I held the corner of the page, just a tremor, barely noticeable. I tried to steady it, but the shaking persisted. A fine vibration I couldn't control. I froze. The crash report. The redacted pilot file I'd found. There had been a medical note buried in the appendix. Progressive neurological tremor. Right hand. Onset unknown. I lifted my hand into the dim light. The tremor spread up my wrist, and that's when I understood I wasn't investigating the crash pilot. I was becoming him. I grabbed the crowbar from the maintenance locker and swung it against the fuselage. The impact jolted through my arms. No dent, not even a scratch. The metal hummed beneath the blow, a tuning fork struck underwater, vibrating at a frequency I felt in my teeth. I swung again. Again. The tremor in my right hand made my grip slip, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The sound echoed through the hangar, sharp clangs that should have left gouges, fractures, something real. Nothing, the Cessna sat pristine, untouched. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the cold air. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, and that's when I saw him. A figure in a security uniform walking between the mothballed aircraft. Same height, same gait. He moved through the shadows near the far wall, checking his flashlight beam across the tail numbers. Me, but younger, maybe 25. Hair darker, no tremor in his stride. I blinked. He was gone. The lights flickered again. Another figure appeared, closer this time, crossing the aisle near the office door. Older, graying at the temples, same uniform, same route. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the plane. Just walked his patrol, step by step, like I'd done 1,000 nights before, like I was doing now. Can you imagine watching yourself and realizing you're not the original? The hangar air tasted stale, recycled. How long had I been breathing the same breath? The fluorescent hum pressed into my skull, a tone I'd heard so many nights it had become silence. I turned. A third figure stood near the wing. My age. My face. Staring at the logbook in his hands, tremor visible even from here. The lights went out. When they stuttered back on, the hangar was empty. Just me. Just N7734. And the logbook lying open on the wing, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I stepped closer and saw the next entry had appeared. My handwriting, today's date, but I was still holding the crowbar. The cockpit smells like aviation fuel and something older. Leather seat beneath me, cold glass under my palms. I blink, and the world slides into focus. Instruments glowing green, yoke vibrating in my grip. We're moving. The engine roars, not starting, already running. The propeller blurs outside, chewing through stale hangar air. Concrete rolls beneath the wheels, faster now, gaining momentum. I lunge for the door handle. Jammed. I slam my shoulder against it. Nothing, the metal doesn't even rattle. No, no. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it clear and freeze. He's standing on the hangar floor, me. Same uniform, same posture, arms at his sides. Watching, not moving, not shouting. Just watching as the plane taxis past him. His face is mine, but emptier. A photograph left too long in the sun. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Standing outside your own body, observing your panic with perfect stillness. The radio crackles to life. Cessna November 7734, you are cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional. Wrong, I grab the mic. I didn't request clearance. I'm not. Cessna November 7734, maintain heading, cleared for departure. The plane accelerates. My hands aren't on the throttle. The yoke pulls forward on its own. Ahead, the sealed hangar door looms. Corrugated metal. No gap, no opening, but as we rush toward it, the door isn't there anymore, just sky. Endless, black, and the radio voice. I finally recognize it now. The cadence. The tremor buried under the calm. It's mine. But whose voice am I hearing it with? I grip the yoke. My hands lock around cold metal. The vibration travels up my forearms. Steady, rhythmic, alive. The engine roar swallows all thought. The Cessna accelerates toward where the hangar door should be, toward nothing but black sky and stars that shouldn't exist indoors. The navigation panel flashes. Coordinates appear in green phosphorescent light. Numbers I recognize instantly. 08-17-1983, my birth date, but inverted, backwards. The month and day switched, the year counting down instead of forward. The radio crackles. That voice again, my voice, speaks clearance protocols I've never learned. Every syllable matches the rhythm of my own breathing. I feel my lips move in time with the transmission, though I make no sound. O God, I am speaking, I am listening, both at once. The man on the tarmac, the one watching me with empty eyes, he isn't a doppelganger, he's the next loop. Or the last one, or all of them compressed into a single witness who never leaves. The coordinates invert again. Flash faster, my birth, my death. The crash date from 2017. Thomas Vega's resignation. Tonight, tomorrow. All the same moment folded into itself. The loop doesn't repeat. It tightens. The sky swallows the nose of the plane. Cold rushes through invisible seams in the cockpit, air that tastes like jet fuel and concrete dust and something older. The hangar stretches behind me, already fading, already resetting. The propeller spins into stars that aren't stars. I see the empty floor below, but I'm also standing on it, staring up, waiting for my next shift to begin. I'll find the Cessna again. I'll report it. I'll climb inside. I have always been here. The darkness folds around the wings. The hangar is empty now. The logbook lies open on the metal desk. Tomorrow's date, my handwriting. Departure 6:47. Destination nowhere. Final approach, always. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, but the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead. Steady. Rhythmic, too rhythmic. Drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed. Guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters, December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning? Your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh, oh God! The metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm, metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Corrine, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. You're running from something, she'd said, not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. This isn't a hiding place, Blake. Well, it's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need. She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation. I took the mug. The warmth felt good. What happened to him? Don't know, her voice dropped. But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now, no exceptions. Understood. I'm serious, Blake, she leaned forward. You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up. What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace. I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect. 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small, a whisper I convinced myself was wind, laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks, footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corrine had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corrine had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34 hired 8 months prior vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Corine's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. You, she whispered. You look just like Garrett. The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. "I have to go," I said, pushing past Kareen toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Kareen called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Kareen was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong. I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning. Same muddy boot prints. Same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision, each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped. Flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone, same olive canvas, same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark? The double reached a junction where three tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. What are you? He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer, reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under my, under our fingernails bleeding and broken. Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. Can you hear me? His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts, they were echoes. Moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there, like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this, not as a memory surfacing, as something happening, right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Corrine's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago, the same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. But the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, 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 I done this before, not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices, the boot prints that matched mine because they were mine left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here. It folded. It looped. It trapped. And that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. But I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. Help, my voice cracked. Someone, please. But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy, an ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. You have to go back, he whispered. Seal it. Forget. Start again. And that's when I understood what Corrine had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Corrine. Blake, she says, her voice sounds tight. I need to check on you. I'm fine, I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be a pause long enough that I hear her breathing? You just, you remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours. Kareen, I know you don't remember. Her voice cracks. Just promise me. She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight, I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone. My handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended. The loop doesn't